Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirch in the his house. My plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizzouse. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizzouse. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Projector, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. I offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. T-I-T-R-H, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host MC Toon, and this is going to be a fun one tonight. We will be reviewing a little bit of copium that has been spilling all over the place around Flat Earth Dave, the scammer. He has had a rough time of it. Not only does his app absolutely suck and leak like a sieve and has zero security in it, but also the map that he has completely committed himself to has been 100% falsified. And so what does he do? Well, he copes. So anyway, yes, the village idiot did not respond to me a couple days ago. The village idiot was gonna definitely want to debate me. Didn't happen. Also, if you remember last week, Rhonda from TikTok was going to debate. She challenged me to a debate. I said, well, let's do it Tuesday. And she said no. Well, what did she do in response after I humiliated her for not showing up, for running away? Like, she wanted a debate. She did. She wanted to debate. She was very clear. That was her hope. She basically, and like, it wasn't just, I want to debate. It was her saying, before last week, suggesting that she thought that I wouldn't do it. Right. And I'm like, well, of course I will. So anyway, after she backed out last week and made an absolute fool of herself, she does this. She posts, 2 days ago, I'm gonna turn the table on MC Toon. I don't do anti-flat earthers YouTube live or care about join or troll their groups. I challenge MC Toon to a TikTok live on my turf. Let's see if he runs again. So what does he do? She. What do I do in response? Well, of course, it will not surprise you one bit. I accept. I say, how about tonight? I'm just asking, is 8 p.m. Central Time tonight, right now, this very moment, is this a good time for you, Rhonda? And what is her response? Well, she was silent for about 24 hours. She didn't respond at all. Then today, like normally she's posting 1,000 memes a second on TikTok. On Twitter. That's what she does on X. She's just all day, every day memes. That's it. That's all she has. I mean, she is dumb. So dumb. So dumb. Like, if it's a she. This is unclear if this person is actually Rhonda. Because certainly there are people that like to LARP, and so they'll find some account potentially. I don't know if it is, because we've never seen this person, this Rhonda, right? There is an actual Rhonda with that first and last name that does exist in that town. But is this a person that is just, don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, I said I accept. And so what does Rhonda do, right? You see, what I did is I started posting this up here at the top here all over. I said, you're running from your own debate challenge. And that's off the screen there. Apologies for that. I can fix that. There you go. You're running from your own debate challenge. And then I posted where I accept. And then today, she goes, I'm taking my husband's advice. You disgusting, creepy Mason. Turns out I'm not a Mason. She just lied. He set up my username. You made an ass of yourself trying to decode on your public YouTube. Trying to decode what? That your first name is Rhonda? And that your username is R. Comperin 55076. That's what was that's your first name and last name. There's not a lot of decoding to do. And then a zip code that's adjacent to where I live. No, I didn't actually think that was set up by you. I thought it was just a funny coincidence. Anyway, it's not rocket science to figure out my name. Of course not. You're misspelled your. Just the only creep to stalk, misspelled stalk. Stalk, S-T-A-U-L-K. This person, see how, I mean, this person is dumb. So dumb. So dumb. You can't pony up the curvature. Well, of course I can pony up the curvature. Anyway, so yes, so Rhonda ran twice now. Twice Rhonda ran. Twice. All right, so Icy Spin has 3 times has done a $1 super chat. You know what that means? A $1 super chat is how you get a clip played. So here's what I will do for each of those $1 super chats. I'll give you this.
It's going to be a nightmare for you because I'm going to make it a nightmare for you.
Oh, thanks, Arwen. Arwen, what do you think about gravity being electrostatics?
Oh, gravity's really electrostatics. Oh, yes. Bullshit. I mean, that's really asinine to say that.
I agree. You let Austin have it. You just let him go. You know, it makes me laugh. No, it makes you laugh too. All right, thank you. And then, the pigs and cows. Oh, yes, one for the pigs and cows. Okay. All right. Here it comes. Here we go. Oh.
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy. And I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
No, don't do that, Santos. Don't. That is naughty. Anyway, that's where we are with Rhonda. Tomorrow we've got some special. We've got the top left is going to launch tomorrow, and if Craig isn't ready, we're gonna launch anyway. I'll just fish up a previous. I'll etherically displace a video from a previous year for Austin, because we all know who's gonna win. Put in the chat, who's going to win top left this year? We all know who it's gonna be. Okay. Anyway, so it is a special time of day right now. This is something I like to do. I've done a few times. Anyway, here we go.
Phone a flip.
It's time.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Davey Pooh, it's your best friend, MC Toon, here. Just calling, let you know, I've noticed you've been mostly stationary lately, not by using the app, mind you. You've been mostly stationary, I know that, because of unauthenticated access to your app that somebody else did. Anyway, glad you're at home there in Connecticut. Anyway, just to let you know, your app is still insecure. A couple days ago, you said it was secure. I wanted to remind you again, it is insecure. Also, GlobeSec will be sending you an email. You want to check on that. Anyway, love you. Bye. That was Phone a Flurf.
What time is it? It's time to phone a flip.
All right. Anyway, so there we go. I hope you enjoyed that. The little thing I whipped up there. A custom dance just for no. Just found it. Had some fun. So anyway, I am going to be reviewing a video that he did, that Dirty Poo did with Marty Leeds. Marty Leeds has some sort of a Gnostic Christian adjacent channel. I don't quite know the theology, just so you know, the Gnosticism is like a Christian adjacent. Like, I think that it's enough different from Christianity that it's not Christianity. I'm not certain on that. Not my thing. Anyway, that's his deal though. And he's rather a rotten person, but we're going to be watching and reviewing his, this conversation between them. Now, this was an attempt by Dirty Poo to rescue his religion. Well, what is his religion? Is flat earth his religion? Well, most flat earthers, that is their religion. But for Dirth, flat earth is not his religion. Scamming people for flat earth is his religion. When he was in Tennessee, at the church, the Christian church in Tennessee, Dirth, a non-practicing Jew, went there, and he asked me what I was doing at a church. I'm like, well, I'm a Christian. I don't know what are you doing? You're not a Christian, right? Not that he's not invited, of course, but the point being, he wasn't there. He wasn't there for the religion of the church. He was there. He had a back pocket full of flyers promoting his app. He went there to promote his app. That's why he went there. Dearth knows that his app is insecure. He says that it is secure, lying about it, and continues to go on different talk shows to promote people to install his app, to sell his app. He would do anything to sell his app. He would kick a 10-year friend in the balls for his app, and he has done exactly that by the name of Jaren. So let me read a couple super chats here, and then I'm going to get into it. We got Judge Rightly says, apparently King Nico thinks he's going to win Top Left contest and even hopes he does. Just finished watching the debate on FTFE with Globey McGlobeface, and he kept saying he wanted to win. Well, good for him. So good for him. Jack Fetter says, heard you got dissed today. Seeing if you're okay. Yeah, I'll pull through. Guile Carlos says, Dearth, deficient in responsible tech hygiene. Yes. We got several from IC Spin. Thank you for that. Covered those already. We got Exposing Mouse Trick says Honda equals 42. Drive a Toyota. And a Nissan. Our fish aren't being woken up, huh? Gotcha. Thank you, Exposing Mouse Trick. I don't know what that means. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says photo flirp with the disco guy. Tim Davidson says cop pulled me over and said papers. I said scissors. I win. He shot me 42 times. It'd be better if he got you with a rock. Judge Rightly says, any news from McFlatty, or can we finally conclude he's been etherically displaced? I think he's still hitchhiking back from that spot in that truck stop in Iowa, the Iowa 80 truck stop. So, all right, here we go. Here is a little bit of Dirthy Poo with Marty Leeds.
What are we going to talk about tonight, Dave?
We're going to be discussing the TFE by Will Duffy, which is he calls the final experiment, and how we think it may have been accomplished.
Basically, what you're saying is that you think that they faked the sun down there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and once you brought it up to me, and I've actually sat with it for a few days, I don't know how to say I'm completely convinced, but I'm definitely heading there. That's for sure. So,
and I ran it by a lot of other prominent people in the community, and
yeah, so he ran it by other flurfs who have a religious commitment to flat Earth and lack the ability to do research. Whoa, wow, you really did some deep research there. Will it be anything meaningful? We'll see.
Nobody shot it down yet. A lot of people are like, wow, that's interesting. Taboo conspiracy is one. And we had a long conversation. He was supposed to be part of this, but he's busy with 16 kids, I think. Mm-hmm. But when we say fake the sun, we don't mean the sun simulator. We don't mean this, because this is crazy. When you think faking the sun, if you think the sun simulator, you're going to rule it out. Just like if you think flat Earth, someone.
Yeah, that is really stupid. Listen to his cope.
That searches for flat Earth and sees this, you immediately go, oh, flat Earth is stupid, and you stop.
Yeah, it is. Flat Earth is stupid.
Looking. I think that the sun simulator was leaked several years ago as a red herring for this exact operation. When I say operation, this is an operation equal to the moon landing. And when I say that is...
So for reference, Effie Banjo is absolutely committed to the sun simulator. That was his thing. I mean, he loved the sun simulator, and so now Dirthy Poo is kicking Effie Banjo in the nuts for his flat Earth app. Right? Dave doesn't care. He'll kick him in the nuts.
It's a billion times easier than the moon landing, because the moon landing had millions or billions of people watching, television cameras, people all over the place. This had 3 people in a remote area, essentially controlled by NASA for a deception. And we're going to talk about how
Antarctica is controlled by NASA now. You see, he just can't not lie.
How they possibly or probably or likely pulled that off. If you look at it from my point of view, this thing was designed for me to go. I had the, I would say, the foresight to see that it was a false binary.
It was made for you to go, Dave. Oh, you are so important, Dave. You're the most important flat earther on the globe. Oh, Dave.
It was a trap, and I didn't.
Of course it's a trap. It's 100% a trap. The fact that the sun absolutely circles 24 hours a day is known, has been known for a century. And all you need to do is get a couple flatties down there. Yes, that's the trap. The trap is it doesn't matter who. It does not matter who. The headline says, Flat Earther went to Antarctica, admitted he was wrong. Do the regular people know who that Flat Earther is? If his name was Dave or Austin or Jaron or John or Lisbeth or Marty or Eric or whatever, pick a name. It doesn't matter. They're an anonymous idiot. Dave's the anonymous idiot. That's on the other side of the headline. It could just say, anonymous idiot flat earther went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun. It wasn't for you, Dave. Main character syndrome person.
Didn't know what they were going to do. Jared and Austin were 99% sure they were going to cancel the trip or it was going to be cloudy. Well, that didn't happen. And I knew it was a trap from the beginning. So, when we look at something like this, I mean, the moon landing, just this room of people, but this is just a small fraction of the people that are involved with the moon landing, but they pulled that off. We all know that was faked, right? This is a billion times easier to do what they did. And we're going to talk about how they did it. And
of course it was easier. You just go there and see something that happens all the time.
And we'll go from there. But Marty, you wanted to bring up some points about what we care about and what we're saying and what we mean here.
Yeah, so let's just go on the list right away. Okay, so are we proclaiming without question that they faked the 24-hour sun? As of right now, I'm leaning very strongly yes, and I think Dave is pretty much there too. But there are other possibilities. Do we still have to take into consideration that there could be a rational, reasonable explanation for there is a 24-hour sun down there?
There isn't.
And there's a reasonable explanation in our flat Earth model because of optics, dome, that sort of thing. Yes, that's still a possibility as well. But do we believe that this avenue should be specifically looked at? Yes. And once you start looking at this avenue, I think the rest of them are going to fall off, and you're going to start to see that this actually makes a whole lot of sense, and it actually leads into a lot of other things.
It makes a whole lot of sense, Marty, doesn't it? This really makes so much sense.
UFO invasions and that sort of stuff, which we'll get into the holography and the holographic technology and stuff like that. But so we already know that we can't really even do much science on.
Yeah, flat earthers can't do much science. Flat earthers don't really do any science. I mean, a couple did. Bob did, right? Couple every once in a while they do, and then of course it doesn't work out for them well usually. But they do every once in a while. But for the most part, no, flat earthers don't do science.
Physical science, we can't do any physical science on what's going on upstairs. So we fully admit that. So there's a huge limitation, no matter what model we end up on, of even under, actually doing science on what goes on upstairs. I mean, right? Would you agree with that?
I totally agree. You did it.
Just for reference, astronomy is the considered to be like the oldest science. So you can do science on things up there, as they said. There's nothing at all wrong with that. Okay, Tim Tully says if Earth was stationary, we could write letters on it. I hope you get that. That for people get into real specifics about in Bible interpretations. Translate that into a different language. It won't be funny. It won't be understood. You won't get it. You would need to read it in English, unless that other language also overloaded the exact same pair of words. Lord Illuminus Pooh says, my ex said, I'm leaving. I said, tell me why. She said, you never stop quoting Backstreet Boys. I said, bye, bye, bye. Oh my gosh. That's so bad. Specs says, smoke cope every day. Dave Snoop Dogg Weiss. Rhino, thanks for the streams. I love Phone a Flurf. Thanks. I hope to continue doing it every Tuesday. Judge Rightly says, gotta pop off for now. Be back later, or we'll watch the vid later. Cheers, MC2, and see you, folks. Bye, Judge Rightly. 3Ron says they talked about TFE at Jaron or and Jaron today on Joe Rogan. I saw Christopher somebody a couple days ago talked about TFE, but again today. 3Ron. Ralph posted something there. Stop. What if? What? Okay. It's tough picking up things midstream. If you're like, hey, look at this. Like, oh, I don't know. But yeah, 3Ron is, or does anybody? Was it like today's Joe Rogan, the one just came out? Did they talk about it again? Joe Rogan is not a flurf. Oh, yes, Dano. That's coming up later. Jack Fetter says, wait, are we back to caring if the sun was visible? Well, yeah, they do get into it. They do. It's crazy. But I don't know. Dave, remind us what you are again.
I'm a scammer.
That's right. I agree. And how did you get to be a flat earther?
I'm stupid.
All right, if you say so. All right. Anyway, oh, and I'm drinking some. Jaron posted a short video about it today. Says Rerun. Okay, yeah, that was from a couple days ago, I think. I'm drinking hot cocoa. It's not actually hot cocoa. It's coffee. Arwen, what are you drinking?
I should definitely keep that door open for fresh air.
You should, but I asked what you're drinking, Arwen.
Some fresh lemon juice with the lemon that's been sitting there for a while and was like going bad.
That's not a good idea. You should not. You should not. Anyway, all right. We'll get back to these guys. All right. So yeah, I do have the live chat. So I think this was premiered. And so what we're seeing right here, this is the live chat from the premiere. And I see this here. Dave says, Elo, I still support him. So what did Elo say? I'm wondering. Maybe it was the dissing of Banjo. I don't know. Let's see if there's any. Scrolled off. I don't see anything from Elo. Or maybe he later blocked Elo, because then he wouldn't see it in the review here. So anyway, don't see it. Dave is very generous in handing out the blocks. He does that a lot.
Great talk about how the skies are measurable. It's non-physical. We can't go there. Even if Joe Handy's model is 100% accurate, it's still just a theory. And I believe
it's not a theory. It's a poor hypothesis. And you don't need to go there to figure things out. Like, you don't need to go there inside a woman's belly to find out anything about the health or gender or size or heartbeat of a baby, right? You don't need to go there. There's no requirement to go there in science. You can figure things out without going there, then do it, right? That's just another cope. It's that when they do that, that's them admitting that they know that those things contradict their position, right? I will accept any evidence, any and all evidence, whatever it is. I'll take it if it's good evidence, good solid evidence, if it's a well-controlled experiment, if the measurements are high quality, it's all good. No matter how you get it, I don't care. I don't need to exclude certain types of things in order to accept it for evidence. right? If it's good, it's good. And so they go, oh no, we can't take things in the sky. Why? Why can't you take things in the sky? Right? Why not? Because this book here by Gleason wrote this book, right? And he made this map, right? This guy that you follow talked about things in the sky. Every single flat earther, when they first were getting indoctrinated into the flat earth cult, watched an Eric Dubay video where he talked, nearly half of them, about things in the sky, claiming they prove that the earth is a globe. That was good enough for you then, but now you change what you accept. Of course you change what you accept, because it doesn't match your stuff anymore, so you got to run away from it. I get it. It's tough.
Now, this is secondhand information that when they got there, people that were leaving said it's been cloudy for months there, and then the sky parted when they went there. And
all the people at the camp said that it's been like terrible weather for like 2 months, and then the day before we get here, just beautiful, and that's a blessing. Probably not a coincidence.
And I call it 9/11 blue, but now I'm going to call it Union Glacier blue. That's the new definition of a chroma key blue sky. And it came.
So chroma key blue sky. Dave proved that it wasn't chroma key while we were down there still. He proved that it wasn't chroma key.
Blue sky when they got there.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we'll talk about. Basically,
and here we go. This is how dishonest he is. He pulls this up. The second one, according to research, around 90% of the sky near the Antarctic coastline. We were hundreds of miles away from our Antarctic coastline. But he decided to post an article, or a little quote here, uncited. According to research, about 90% of the sky near the Antarctic coastline is typically covered in clouds, particularly during the summer months, while the South Pole itself experiences a lower cloud cover of around 50 to 60% across all seasons. Well, you know where we were? We were closer to the pole, not at the pole, but we were closer to the pole than, and we were not at the coastline. So thank you for disproving yourself there, Chuckles. February is the peak of summer in Antarctica, and that time of year, around 90% of the skies are covered in cloud. We weren't there in February, so this doesn't apply. A quarter of those clouds are of the type covered by the study, mixed phase clouds, so the potential effects shouldn't be underestimated. So here we have first law of Flurf kicking in, as always.
When you're in Antarctica, it's according to all the records, 80-90% of the time it's cloudy.
So let's start with the organizer of this. This is supposedly a grassroots movement by a guy named Will Duffy, a little preacher from a little church in Denver. We'll talk about him in a second. But one of the things when I turned it down, so they were surprised when I turned it down, and they were.
No, we weren't. I knew you wouldn't go. You're a grifter, and it would ruin your grift.
They really wanted prominent flat earthers down there so they could pull this off. Because if they had like a no name there, it wouldn't have been as powerful of a movement.
It would have been just as powerful. Remember, nobody knows the names of flat earthers other than the people in the community. Everybody, it's just a name. So, flat earther named insert name here went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun, said he was wrong. That's all we need.
Move for them. And when Jaron and Austin were negotiating, I pointed out, I said, if they see the sun behind a hazy sky, they could fake that. I was calling they could fake the sun. And Jaron's like, no, you can't, it was sunspots and everything. I said, well, if it's hazy. So he brought that up to Will. Will says, if it's hazy, it's a win for flat Earth.
Yeah. So here's Will Duffy.
It's crazy how confident he was.
Exactly. This guy
And what's wrong with being confident? Huh?
Months before they even go down, we already know that it's supposed to be 80-90% clouds most of the time, right? He's completely.
No, that's a lie. But they don't correct themselves. They don't do their own research. All they want is they just want to find something that sort of kind of maybe, but not really supports their position, because they are okay lying.
confident he's spending what, $500,000, maybe $1 million, I don't know how much of his own money to go down for months. He's completely confident that it's just gonna, next thing you know, when he get down there, blue skies are gonna show up. That's exactly what happens. They see the 24-hour sun, they get out of there, that sort of thing. So here's Will Duffy, that is essentially the guy that came out of nowhere, has a bunch of money, is
So came out of nowhere. What is not coming out of nowhere? Right? How would anybody not come out of nowhere? Right? If you don't know them, they're out of nowhere. Right? So why even say that? Well, because it's a cope.
Completely confident, plays the cool, calm, collected sort of figure the entire time, is on the Globy side. Everything that they needed was presented to them that day, a perfectly blue sky and a sun. And Will Duffy was confident the entire time. What about Duffy is, where's if you've been to his Instagram account or his YouTube account, that sort of stuff, you can see there's nobody in the audience when he's preaching. We ask, has he performed any baptisms, any weddings? Has he performed any funerals? Is there any testimonials for any of the people that actually work at his, or that congregations from his church? Is there any of this information? Because allegedly there's several thousand people that go to, that, or at least subscribes to his church online.
So he has a building. It doesn't have room for several thousand people. I mean, I have right here almost 26,000 subscribers. My house couldn't hold all 26,000 of them. What does that have to do with anything? Such desperation.
Who are these people? There's got to be some people that we could speak to, right?
And if you look at all,
they didn't try very hard. I mean, you could just show up on a Sunday morning. Some people have. I've been there. It's just a little church.
All of the recordings, he was a preacher for 3 years before this. And if you watch all, except for the last few, I think in the last year when they're getting closer to this, there was like a dozen people in his church. But never once you hear a baby cry. Never once you hear an amen. Never once you hear him address anyone in the congregation. Marty, could you do...
Darth, who doesn't go to church thinks he knows how a church has to behave, like how the people in the audience have to behave. Oh dear me. What a douche. What an absolute piece of trash. Like not every church has constant amens. That's a different type of church. Is there a required size for the church, Darth? What kind of desperation? Oh my gosh. It is so, it's a sickness with Dave. Like, what are all these things that he's trying to say here? It's so desperate.
Service after service after service and never acknowledge anybody in the audience.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So that's a little crazy. And then the thing that I find amazing is, Will Duffy is a self-proclaimed a multimillionaire, and that's why he just cares about the flat earth thing, right? But if you check his FINRA, he was in the financial business. On 11/9/2021, he was sued for $218,000. He got off for $10,000. Not bad. Okay.
Yeah. Dave, somebody's suing you right now. Does that mean anything? Dave? Somebody's working on that right now, Dave. The fact that a financial advisor has a lawsuit against him isn't a big deal. It's pretty common. I think for the most part, what I get is that financial advisors are not allowed to give financial advice. If you do and it doesn't work out, then somebody's going to be upset. That's all I know. Now, not every church. Yeah, iSolder74 says, Dave, not every church is Pentecostal or Southern Baptist. Very true. Southern Baptist is very quiet, though. I think I've been to one Southern Baptist. Like, it was super reserved. Like, no, it was absolute silent. So that would fit. I think there's no association to my knowledge. But but they're certainly not. It wasn't Pentecostal like that. Yeah, there and I've been to some where it's super noisy. The crowd can't shut up. I'm like, guys, please, I'm trying to listen, and they're just like, wow, it gets old sometimes. I think not my style. Not my style. Some people like it. Whatever. Lord Olympus Pooh says I added a touchless card reader in my door. So if anyone tries to jimmy it with a credit card, I get $30 every try. I made $120 so far this year. Oh, I added a touchless card reader. There you go. Good idea. Good idea. Nugs Automation has been a member for 7 months as Arwen has a sweet bow. I know, the crossbow that Arwen has. Arwen, could you like give us advice on how to shoot that crossbow?
I don't really know what I'm doing.
Okay, I guess not. Andrew Campbell says my wife left me for being a flat earther, but with my P900 I can bring her back. I wonder if that's gonna work for some other flat earth. Never mind. iSounder74 says any excuse to not test his worldview. Remember a couple weeks ago, I reviewed when Dorothy Pooh had a conversation with Dr. Shiva, and Dr. Shiva proposed bringing flat earthers all to MIT and having some science people there come and have a bit of a summit and put together some experiments that they would do, and they would commit to the results of it, and they'd write it up and everything. And Dirth was not excited. Shiva's like, hey, how about you bring, the 10 best flat earthers? And Dave's like, I don't know about that. That doesn't really work. I won't do that. Jason Hyatt says that's a bow and a quiver, not a crossbow. I think it's a crossbow. That's the joke. That's the joke. You go into his chat, you ask if it's a crossbow, he blocks you. That's the funny thing. That's why it's funny, you see. All right. We got Icy Spin says out of nowhere means from Satan. Like, why is out of nowhere? Why is that a thing? Is it not acceptable for somebody who wasn't in the community to start being in the community? It is okay. Will was active on Facebook for over a year before he started doing anything, right? He wasn't hyperactive, like he didn't do a lot of things, but he commented here and there on stuff on Facebook to get to, so that he knew, right, his background research, so he knew the situation. Sir Little Wolf says I got banned from his channel for being a furry. Oh, everybody gets banned from Dirth's channel. That's what he does. He has to purify his echo chamber. Icy Spin says we need to revisit Arwen AMZ Amazon wish list. Oh, we should. It was so good. Jack Fetter says Dave is real a low life POS. I can't watch him. Oh, Dave is absolute 100% trash human. Yes, he is. And the fact is that Dave is going to be in some financial trouble as things move forward. He continues to lie and cover up. He has an app. It's had security issues well known publicly since October, November, December, January, February, March. 5 months, more than 5 months he's known about it and has chosen not to fix it. Instead has lied and said it's been fixed. All of the passwords for his users are now on Have I Been Owned or Have I Been Pwned, depending on how you want to pronounce it. What does he do? Did he tell his user base? No. Did he send them an email letting them know? No. He did nothing but cover it up and lie, that it wasn't a problem. Ah, so much lies. So much lies. Anyway, back to this. So he's trying to go after Will. Now, this, by the way, none of this changes the fact that there is a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica. Of course, this is just a cope to try and distract people from the very absolute damning evidence that is what was discovered, what we knew forever in Antarctica. So anyway, so look at that. So somebody went after him for $218,000 and only paid 10. Awesome. Must not have been that bad.
Okay. And then, so that's one. 9/16/2022, getting a little closer. He had to settle for $225,000, right? And then 4/19/2024, that's April 19th, right? This was when this is coming out. He got sued again. And then on June
dismissed.
June 6th, $135,000. Violations of federal securities laws, violations of Colorado Securities Act, breach of contract, common law fraud, negligence, and gross negligence.
So these are not findings of guilt or cases that were successful. These were attempted cases. In America, anybody can sue for anything, anytime. It's a very litigious legal system here. These were dropped in the end. They were dismissed by the judge. So, what are you going to do there, Dirty Poo? This is old information, right? Are you going to go and publish when somebody sues you, Dirth? Should you then just leave Flat Earth when that happens?
$135,000. And then on 6/11, another one for $360,000, a whole bunch of stuff. And all this guy cares, he's got another
all gone.
$500,000 in fines, and all this guy cares about is settling the flat Earth debate. Does that make any sense to you?
So the other thing that
once Dirth is in a lawsuit, he will no longer be pumping his Flat Earth app. He will no longer call himself Flat Earth Dave. Is that the standard? That is what you expect, Dave? Right. All right. Flat Russ. So what does he say? Where's it's funny. Flat Russ says, "Where's Witsit vapes it?" And Dave's like, "Who the F cares? It was proven they were in Abnaternica." Yeah. Flatties can't. They can't all agree, right? What were they there or not? Don't know. Were they in a studio or not? Don't know. It was no matter what it was faked, and also no matter what it was, it doesn't matter. The Gorn captain says, a good friend is a financial advisor. People try to sue them all the time when the investments lose money instead of gain. Of course, that's the thing. Think about this. You have a pile of money, you go to a financial advisor, you say, what should I do? Right? And the financial advisor gives you advice. And is that advice guaranteed to net you a profit? No. Could it lose you money? Yes. Are people upset when they lose money? Yes. Can they sue when they lose money? Yes. Right? All of those things are absolutely the case, and it happens all the time. And that's why I said, basically, if you're a financial advisor, you can't give financial advice. Right? We have our company 401k meeting every year, right? And we're like, hey, well, what about this? What about this? And the guy's like, well, I don't know. Every single thing that they do, right? He's not like our personal financial advisor or anything, but every single thing they do is couched in all sorts of words. Like, oh, I can't do this. And this is what the history says. Like everything they do, they have to be so careful. It's a weird industry. I know a guy that pays a financial advisor to give them advice, and for that service, they pay a portion of their of their worth, of whatever is with them, right? And I'm like, oh, I thought it would be that you would pay a portion of your gain, right? Right, from last year to this year, it was outside of what we deposited. It gained 14%. Okay, so of that 14%, then a chunk will go to you. I'm like, that's what you do, right? He goes, like, no, just a percentage of everything. I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get that whole industry. I'm like, I would think that you would only pay on success, but apparently not. I don't know that industry. Doesn't make, pass for performance does not guarantee profitability, whatever. Sharky says, did Dearth already have his app when he first appeared on the flat earth scene? No. That came more recently, but he's had his app for quite a long time.
That people need to know before we get into the fake sun and that sort of stuff is that Anthony Powell is a guy that he actually is a filmmaker, and he filmed, what's the film? It's a year in Antarctica, I want to say, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Basically, right before Witsit and Jaron get down to Antarctica, Will Duffy hands Witsit. He said, "Hey, I just went online and I saw that there's this one guy that has a 24-hour shot of the sun." And this was, and so flat Earth.
What a weird, I don't think this is correct at all.
For how long? Probably 8-9 years have been looking for footage, 24 hours, and there's basically nothing. There was one that was stitched together. Then all of a sudden, right before.
So this one you're looking at right now, this wasn't stitched together.
Right before those guys get down, Will Duffy hands Witsit this video and says, "Hey, I found this 24-hour video." Well, it's Anthony Powell. Anthony Powell.
I found this 24-hour video just before? What the hell are you talking about? The Anthony Powell videos have been well known for a long time, and Will has talked about him for a while. Will spoke with Anthony Powell, talked with him. I don't know. Marty obviously didn't do his own research, as is par for the course for Flatties.
Is a filmmaker that's been working in Antarctica for about 10 years, and he works for National Geographic and Disney and BBC, and he actually has a company called, I forget what it's called.
So works for. Again, Marty doesn't understand what these words mean. Works for would mean he's employed by. He's not employed by. He has contracted with them to sell things to videos and stuff to them. That's not works for.
It's called Arc. I forget what it's called. I'll show the image here, but
yeah, that's I believe his own company there. ANTZ, that's his nickname, Anthony Powell.
Basically, he owns the company that runs his website, and he actually provides stock footage for a bunch of these, like National Geographic, right, Disney, and that sort of stuff.
There, you got it right.
This is the guy that had the 24-hour footage, just happenstance to just hand it right to Witsit right before they get down there.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. This is pure insanity. But let's see here. So that we have a chance here to look at some stuff. So Anthony Powell has had a lot of things. So here's one. This isn't too difficult to find these things. So here is one of the 24-hour suns that he did. So Scott Base, Antarctica, 77 degrees south. So a little bit north of where we were. Yeah, handed. He didn't hand anything. There was nothing that happened while we were in Punta Arenas. So yeah, this is the one. He played this this was not stitched together, and this is not faked. Nobody has shown that this was fake. Nobody has had any evidence that this is fake. They just don't like it, so they just hand wave dismiss it, right? Right? They're like, oh, there's this word over it. Really? That doesn't make the whole thing fake. That just means that they put a word over it so that you can see their direction. Very nice of them. Thank you. So you know where the sun is. All right, here's due south. This is important. When you are in Antarctica, when you look due south, you're looking the opposite direction of where flat Earth requires it to be. So this already falsifies it, right? So if you put in some artificial, well, it has to be full 24 hours with zero sun. No, it doesn't. It does not. This right here, this can't happen. It's not due south yet, but it doesn't matter because this can't happen because the sun has to be the other direction. Nearly opposite. But then when it's right here, when it's due south, and I don't know, how exact is it? Don't know. But look at it right there. There's the sun right there, due south for 1 second. That's all you need. One frame, one photograph of the sun due south in Antarctica, and you're done. No more flat Earth. What do they do with this? They just hand wave dismiss it. Like, oh, there's clouds in the way. Doesn't matter. You can see where the sun is. You can see it's right. You can see the sun is right here. You don't see my cursor, but there it is. You can see, right? Just to the right of where that's, you can see the sun right down there, right? Where's the sun? It's right there, right? Oh, but it's not really there. What, did it set? We already saw it due south. You already falsified flat Earth with that one frame of the video. What's this? You can tell where the sun is. It didn't magically set just because it's behind the clouds, right? Now it's going up, moving higher. Moving higher, it's east. You can see moving higher, it's still there. You can see the sun still up at the top there. Right, and here's noon. There's the sun right where it was. Yep, exactly where we thought it was. No trickery there. It didn't magically set when you weren't looking. And so this is the setup. Now, when they're like, how come there should be thousands of videos of the sun from the south? Look at this. This is what he had to do. This is quite a few years ago. 2015. Right? And they're like, we've been looking for 10 years and there's none. Right here. You lying scum. Right there. But look at what he had to do in order to make that possible. Right? He's got that cable going down, which if you go too far, it'll start wrapping up. He's got the camera. He's got a secondary one. I don't know exactly what that is. Like this whole setup here, you don't just go and do. It's a lot easier than what we did when we had the Insta360s. We just set up a camera and made sure that it had enough battery and that we did the math on the how much data it could record for how much time. There you go. That's from 2015. Was that fake? No. But here's another one. This is a VR video, right? So it doesn't display correctly in this browser here, but he has it on his channel. This is the 8K, the Antarctica 24-hour sunlight VR 8K. So there's distortion on it because of that, and then of course the sun moves from one lens to the other, and they're like, it was faked. You can see there like if it was faked, you wouldn't have artifacts. Faking it would be perfect. So anyway, here's another one. Right? Yeah, they haven't actually looked. The reason why they haven't looked is because they don't want to look. Right? And there you see where it got wide there. They didn't look what kind of camera this was. If it's a 360 camera, what is it? It's not just a normal camera, right? What about this one? This one here. Oh, I can't play that right now. Okay. I'll save that one for later. But that's from a long time ago. And let's see, what about this one? This one's pretty nice. This is at night. Wait a second. This is next to the geographic South Pole, and look at that. The stars are rotating around a single point. Oh no, that doesn't work. Right, this is right next to where the ice wall would have to, the dome would have to come down. It would be in view. It'd be right there. It'd be right next to that, moving 3,200 miles an hour. Yeah, so flat earthers did not look. They did not want to look. Everything they don't like is fake. They just hand wave dismiss it. They have to.
So
right. So back in I think it's 2014, 15, 16, somewhere around there, all the flat earthers were saying there's no footage of the 24-hour sun. You know, we'd called down to there and looked at all of the webcam footage, and they cut out 6 to 10 hours every night, and they claimed that it was bandwidth issues and stuff. So that's suspect. There's no webcam footage, and anyone that called to Antarctica and said, hey, I want to come there and see the 24-hour sun, will I be able to see it? They would never say yes. Lots of them said no. But in the north,
lots of them said no. So much lies.
They highly advertise it. But Anthony Powell put out this video, and I debunked it, and it literally put egg on the guy's face.
How did you debunk it?
Well, Anthony Powell then goes quiet for a couple.
How did you debunk it, Dave? You didn't debunk it. And he didn't go quiet. He didn't get egg on his face. You are literally nothing to him, Dave. You are a worthless piece of human feces, Dave. You didn't debunk it, and he didn't go be quiet because of you. You don't exist to him, Dave.
Couple years, right? This is a guy. He put out this video. It's destroyed, proven fake. Not because we say it's fake. It's because it was fake.
And how was it fake? All he did was say it was fake. He didn't show how it was fake. All he did was say it. And then he said that it wasn't because he said it. And then all he did was say it.
Mm-hmm. And then he quietly films the sun a half a dozen more times and puts it out quietly.
Quietly? What do you mean quietly? What do you mean by quietly? What does that... Quietly, just because you don't follow what he does, right? He didn't call you up. He didn't phone a flurf and say, hey, Dirty Poo, I put out another 24-hour video of the sun in Antarctica. He doesn't care about you. You don't exist. You are worthless.
And Will Duffy is the one that discovers it?
And then hands it to Witsit right before they leave, and then...
another lie. Keep lying there.
Look who the guy works for. So it's like, just once again, very, very...
Look who... What do you mean, look who the guy works for? What the hell are you talking about?
Suspect. That's all we'll say. Yep. So, and it seems like a lot of people are looking into Jared and Austin, and maybe they should be looking more into Will Duffy and Anthony Powell and these sorts of characters. So
absolutely.
How about look into the undeniable fact that the sun circled 24 hours a day? See, they're so desperate to not talk about the actual thing. Right? They can't.
Another thing that needs to be said, too, is that any scientific experiment, and this is your basic protocols of science, right? Now, even though that really wasn't an experiment, it wasn't final, it really wasn't an experiment, it was just an observation. But even if we were to grant and say that was an experiment, even in your normal protocols of science, do you know how many experiments you have to do at the very least to consider it a legit scientific experiment?
How is this guy going to be the arbiter of science? Really? Is he going to be the arbiter? No.
At least three.
Where did you get at least 3 from? Where did that come from? How is that number? When you pulled that word, what hole did you pull that out of?
Notion that their premise is that we're going to do this one thing and it's somehow science goes directly against just your basic protocols of science.
Okay, at least 3. Got it. 1. Right here. 1, 2. Let me get you another one here. Hold on. 3. There you go. There's 3. Oh, I gotta mute it. There you go. There's 3. So we got you covered. There's 3. Sorry, the screen is a little mangled because I have it set up for this one with the chat over on the side. What do we got? They're like, so fake. They totally lied. You need to condemn Austin and Jaron. These guys are liars. Pastor Duffy paid these guys, right? Wait a second, Toby Mills. How do you know that? How do you know that he paid them? He didn't. I mean, he paid for the trip, yes. But are you suggesting that he paid them cash to lie about it? Well, since he didn't, Toby Mills, that makes you the liar. So very disappointed in Austin. Think about this. This is crazy. If Austin wanted, but look at the shambles his life is in right now. If he wanted to be the flat earth savior, if Austin wanted to get retribution, if he wanted to get back in the good graces of all the flat earthers, if he wanted to come back into flat earth, guns blazing, Yosemite Sam, boom, 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 going, he could right now. He could go and claim what they all want him to say. He could say, it was all faked. They paid me. He could do that. He absolutely could. Right? 100% he could. And here's the interesting thing. To his credit, right? He's an absolute trash piece of human, right? Witsit is right now, I think he's getting what he deserves right now. But to his credit, he hasn't done that. He could just go and just blaze out everything and just lie, and say all the things they think that they want to have been the case. He could do it, and they would fawn at his feet. Oh, they would prostrate themselves. They would do anything just to touch the hem of his clothing. Oh, you saved us. You proved it, just by saying things. You proved it. He could do that right now if he wanted. 100% he could. And they would gobble it up. Think about that. He could. And he could say, oh, everybody else is lying. He could. 100%. To his credit, he hasn't. Right? But he has no receipts. He doesn't need receipts. Flat earthers don't need receipts. That's the thing. What did Flat Earth Dave need to discredit the video that he thought he discredited? Nothing. He didn't discredit it. He did nothing to discredit it. He didn't get a video forensics analysis done. He did nothing. They don't need receipts. They only need to hear somebody say something that they think works. And so Austin, if he wanted, could roll in and do it. And I'm not worried about giving Austin this idea. It probably has occurred to him already. Right. And like I said, to his credit, he hasn't. He could. He 100% could. Right. Because they don't care about evidence. They don't care about reality. They don't care about receipts. If he just rolled up and said, yeah, that was enough. I've waited long enough. I've kept silent long enough. And he could just make up a story about it. So yeah, he didn't take up the offer of going, so he doesn't have the right to debunk 24-Hour Sun. Oh yeah. I don't think flirt grifters would make good used car salesmen. I think they look up to the shoes of a used car salesman. All right, let me see here. We got iSider74 says he's hoping everyone will forget that like he thinks happens a while before. About the app, yeah. Certainly, Dirty Poo. It's not going away. Your leaky app is not going away. Platypus Buck says, last night I thought my sister was joking, but her husband has convinced her that the Bible teaches about a flat earth. I sent her to Dave McKeegan. Very nice, Platypus Buck. And there are people that think that, and the Book of Enoch certainly does. But here's the important thing. Reality is that the earth is not flat. So if anybody's like, well, the Bible literally says that, okay, then all you've done is your position is that the Bible's wrong. Okay, some people have that position. So Icider74 says Dave wishes he was Harold Hill from King of the Hill. It's not Harold, is it? Fletcher Boy says, nuh-uh. Ooh, have you considered nuh-uh? Then the Rabbit says, I absolutely believe you staged Antarctica by going on location and filming the movie on site to make it look real. Congratulations for making it real. Yep. Icider74 says they haven't actually looked. Yes, they have not actually looked at the evidence. Right, when I was with Sean Griffin, back before we went to Antarctica, I'm like, there's a video that's been here for 8 years just waiting for you to not look at it. Like, he was unaware that there was a 5-day time lapse of the sun in Antarctica. Why didn't he know? Because he didn't look. Atomic Aerials says, I wish you'd brought some cereal dessert bars so you could say you enjoyed Antarctic Rice Krispie Treaties. Oh, that'd be pretty good. Icider74 says everything has to be about them. Yes, they do all. They do often tend to have main character syndrome. And then Icider74 says just an excuse. Any excuse. Absolutely an excuse. So desperate.
One thing I want to talk about, Antarctica. Remember, Al Gore said that if the temperature rises 1.5 or 2 degrees, we're all dead. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Antarctica, starting about 4 years ago, had a 50-degree heat wave. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, people deny this. You can still find the articles, CNN, 50 degrees above normal. 50!
Now, Antarctica is heating up faster than expected, as a scientific study reveals that it's warming nearly double the global rate.
Right?
Now,
and so,
you know what you would want to do? She said a study. Go get the study. Instead of a video, go get the study. No, Dave didn't get the study. I don't know what that's about. It wasn't above freezing when we were there. So does it matter? Not one bit. It's just something to avoid addressing the situation.
So there's a whole bunch of articles talking about it. And if you get to the Wikipedia one, Wikipedia says that it started in the summer. That means in June. So in the
No, the summer in Antarctica is not June, you idiot. Dave, why did you say the summer in June in Antarctica? Why did you say that?
I'm stupid.
That's right. I mean, you really are.
I'm an idiot.
Okay, you are. I agree.
I'm an idiot.
See, good point. You don't have to, rub it in.
I'm an idiot.
Fine, rub it in if you will. But yeah, what does it matter? It doesn't.
Heliocentric model. The sun is 3.5 million miles farther from the Earth. There's no sun in Antarctica, and they have a 50-degree heat wave. Can you?
You again? You got the seasons wrong, you idiot.
Explain that, Marty.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is it's 80-90% cloudy most of the time too. That's what they say. So how is there an increased heat wave with that?
No sun.
Oh my gosh, they're so dumb. It's warmer on cloudy days sometimes. Clouds trap heat, you idiots. They're just dumb. They're so dumb.
With no sun. Then you also say 50 degrees. Okay, so this is what the scientists were saying. If you had a 2 to 3 degree heat, increase in California, you would have mass deaths. So down there, they have 50 degrees heat. Well, where is this heat coming from? Well, what we're about to say, what you purported is that, well, it's because.
Oh man, this is insane. This is completely insane.
Because they're faking the sun.
That's right. They think that the entirety of Antarctica is 50 degrees warmer. It's not. Because I can't even say it. It's so dumb.
And that it's actually heating the place down there. So when Jared and
yeah, so let's hear him say that again. It's so dumb. I need to hear them say it again because I can't believe my ears.
From what we're about to say, or what you purported is that it's because they're faking the sun, and that it's actually heating the place down there. So when Jared and Austin went down there, what they looked at was, they basically were part of an enormous prank, if you will.
So when they went down there and reported what they saw,
yeah, that's right. He actually thinks that the entirety of Antarctica, which again, remember, they think is an ice wall around the outside of perimeter 70, 80,000 miles. They think that whole perimeter has increased by 50 degrees because of the sun simulator that they're saying before we got there. How? Never mind. Never mind those little kinds of details. That's how desperate they are.
And brought back videos. People that in their soul knows that something's wrong.
Yeah, I know in my soul that Dave Weiss is a scammer, right? Something is wrong with Dave Weiss, the scammer.
He's a scammer. He's just selling his app.
That's right. You are just selling your app. You're a piece of trash, Dave. Why are you such a piece of trash?
I'm an idiot.
That's right. That's why you're an idiot. That what kind of person would think that a whole ring that's 70,000 miles in diameter could be warmed up by a sun simulator before it was used?
I'm insane and I'm an idiot.
That's the kind of person. Correct. You are correct. That is the kind of person. It's such a mess of idiocy here. Oh my God.
It's okay. This is fake. Well, the only default they have, because they've been psyoped, they've been gatekept by the sun simulator to think that there's no way to fake the sun, is the people, everyone's in on it. And so they look for anomalies. And sure, there's anomalies, but they're explainable. That's why I had to make those friggin' gate videos, because they were just wrong.
And I know he deleted all of them, but guess who's got copies?
And I got demonized because of it. I said, I'm supporting Flat Earth. I mean, supporting Will Duffy. Absolutely not. I am more against it than anybody else. But I know
he's more against it than anybody else because why, Dave?
Dave's a scammer. He's trying to steal $3 from you for his app.
That's right. That's why.
They're not in on it, because I was supposed to go. That means that I would be in on it. Now, none of you, not even you, Marty, know that I'm not in on it. Only I know, right? Only I know 100% for sure, right? I could be the greatest special agent of all time. But I knew that they weren't in on it. And then, all of the GoPro footage, the chest cam footage, everything else, I don't think anybody can deny that they were there. So you have to go even deeper. There was a video wall, and the drone hitting.
Yeah. So this is what's funny. He didn't early on. He rejected that stuff, and he committed himself to the line of like he could have waited and then said, well, which of the different copes am I going to go for? But no, he was early in on the it wasn't a green screen. He was early in on the it wasn't a studio. He was early in on all of those things not being the case. So now he's a little stuck. How is he going to say that it was faked? He's desperate. I mean, it reminds me of The Matrix 2 and 3. Do you remember those? So Matrix 1, great movie, loved it, right? Matrix 2, pretty good. And between Matrix 2 and 3, they were working on the script. It wasn't all set. They were working on what's the ending going to be. And so people were pontificating for years, for all this time, I don't know however long it was in between, for all this time between, they're like, oh, well, they could do this. They could do this. They could wrap it up with this. They could wrap it. They had all of these different ideas that people were throwing around on what could possibly be the wrap up to the whole story in the third Matrix movie, right? People had hashed out so many different possible ideas. And I think the Wachowskis who put together. They're like, well, we don't want to have it be anything that somebody's already said. We got to have it be something that nobody has said, right? And I'm just kind of guessing at this, right? I think they're just like, we can't let anybody be right. So they're like, we need to make up something else that nobody has said yet. But the problem is that every single possible ending that was a good ending had already been hypothesized. So that left the Wachowskis with only non-good endings. And that's why Matrix 3 had such a sucky ending. Right? Yeah, we don't talk about that one. We're talking about it right now. That's why it sucked so bad. They didn't want to have it be something that somebody had already guessed. And all of the good ones were already guessed. So they had to pick a bad one. Apparently, there's even another movie. That's the one I've never seen. And that's the one I can't even talk about. Anyway. A little bit of a tangent there, but so now Dave is stuck with all of, right? He's kind of stuck like that. He's got to pick some really stupid idea. He's just in a corner here because his app relies on the map. It's on the freaking app, right? Here, let me, I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the app. It's right there. That's the app. He's committed to this map. He can't not have this be the map. He's stuck. Of course, this map right here is fake. It could not possibly work. Look where the sun is lit up. How could the sun light up that pattern? It couldn't. Why Dave? Why Dave is the sun able to light up way out here and not, right, like the same distance toward here and able to light up out here? Shouldn't it be a circle of equal radius around where the sun is? Yes, it absolutely must be. So this map right here already falsifies it. All right, let me check to see if it's you can't read it there. The profile's still offline. Why is that, Dave? It's been like a month. I know why. I know why. Dave. Speaking of Dave's crap app, on Thursday, we're planning something special on Jaren's. Earlier in the day than I do like it. I'm going to do probably a 10 p.m. one on Thursday. It's going to probably be titled The Greatest Liar on Earth. Anyway, my three. Before that, special one. Not 100% dedicated to happen yet, but we think so. I think it's going to happen. We're hoping for it. Anyway, all right.
The wall and all of this stuff. They were there. You know, their breath wasn't, vape gate. They were there. They filmed. The film is real. But what did they film?
Okay, so what we're about to talk about is that, yes, we think that they faked the sun down there. And actually, in my opinion, they've probably been doing this, or at least set up to do this since the 60s. Okay, so this...
Since the 60s. Think about this. If the nameless, faceless they was planning to fight, to do some sort of a psyop or, against... Wouldn't they just, when Dubay was about to post his first video, wouldn't they just disappear him? That's what they would do if they're planning, if there's a multi-millennia conspiracy to keep it hidden. There's only one way to stop people from talking. Only one way. there would have to be many people, many skeletons in that closet. Many, many, many skeletons in that closet. What's another one? As soon as somebody's like, hey, I think I'll post it on YouTube. Gone. That's the planning it since the 60s would have done. They think they're so important. Yeah, Marty's so serious. Marty is human trash too. Just absolute garbage person too.
This wasn't something that they just set up for like Jared and Austin to get down there or anything like that. That when, just as us flat earthers know that they've been lying to us about our cosmology. So this would just be yet one other aspect of that lie. It's not like a whole new conspiracy that we're drumming up. It's basically, look, you got SpaceX, you got NASA, JAXA, ESA, JPL. You've got all of these organizations that are doing what? It's completely committed to lying about our cosmology. This would just be yet another one of those aspects.
So many millions of people involved in it and nobody talks.
Simple one compared to how big those are.
Exactly, right? This is actually peanuts. It's like, as you said, the tech is really Atari. But so first and foremost, when people say, well, they couldn't fake the sun. So let's take the Globies perspective on this. What do Globies say that the modern science can do? They can drive rovers around on Mars. They can set a car out into space, Elon SpaceX. They can build the ISS going 17,500 miles an hour.
Yes.
They can reconnect satellites after 42 years of being dormant.
Yep.
We can go hippity-hoppity on the moon in the 1960s. We can create nuclear power, nuclear bombs, CERN particle accelerators that can recreate the conditions before the Big Bang. We have phones in our pockets that allow us to speak to people in Indochina and look up anything instantly. We can project holographically, literally into thin air. You can do all that sort of stuff, but you're going to... Amazing
things that science has done. Absolutely. Amazing list. Good job, Marty.
Claim that we can't fake the sun or the moon?
No, we can't. Nope. You couldn't fake that.
But beyond that, now flurfers, all of us stupid flurfers that think...
That's right. You are stupid flurfers. Right, Dave? Am I right, Dave?
I'm stupid.
That's right.
We couldn't fake the sun and the moon, but they can manipulate the weather with chemtrails.
Oh, look at... No, well, so here, look at Icy Spin says, look at Dave's chat. He's got his index finger on the mute button. So this was replayed later. So we're not looking at a live replay of this. So if anybody was banned, we wouldn't see it because this is after the fact. But yeah. Oh yeah. I'll take that as sarcasm and not ban you, he says to Aether. Or Ether. Let's see. What did he say? What did Ether say? If we scroll up, we should see it. Ice reflects heat as well? What? Haha, you better not. Never go full RV. I don't know. At Moon Dude, all right. But yeah, Dave is hyper aggressive on the ban button. He used to have his channel set to only allow comments. There's a setting to auto hold all comments, and then only the ones you release make it through. And he used to have his channel set to that. It's a lot of work to do that, though, because you have to go through and read everything if you want to have any activity on it, which of course is nice. You know, Santos, on the other hand, he just blocks all comments, right? Because he's a scared little chicken. So Dave stands on ladders backwards. Illuminati confirmed. Oh, did it? Oh, there it is. Dave stands on ladders backwards. I got it. All right. Yeah. All right. Jay Donashi says, can you remind me what the Flurf rules are again? Yeah, I can do that. Let's the laws of Flurf. So you go to my website and you just Google laws of Flurf. So here you go. Number 1, Flurf citations always contradict the Flurf's claim. No exceptions known yet. Number 2, Flurf challenges are fake with 2 exceptions. I added this recently. And Steve, the guy that Will didn't call. Why is this? Better get this on the screen a little better. The guy that is like, you didn't call me. Why didn't you call me? That guy, that's Steve. Little crybaby. Anyway, that's the one. There are 2 exceptions. Number 3, flurfs are pseudoscientists when evaluating flat Earth. So it means they'll take anything. They don't care. And science deniers when evaluating globe evidence. No exceptions. So yeah, they have a dual standard of evidence. They'll take anything that supports flat Earth and reject everything that supports the globe for every reason, any reason at all. And number 4, every attempt to flurf explain a phenomena contradicts flurf explanations of some other phenomena. So when Dave is like, well, there's more lands, that it just keeps going, right? That it goes and people have explored past there, and there's other lands and blah blah blah. But then also there's a dome, and the dome comes down in Antarctica. Well, it can't be both. How do you have both of those? You can't. So there you go. There's the laws of flurf. Brandon creates says Santos never pees down your leg. He's saving it for later. Gross. Oh my gosh. Let's go. We got Iceider74 says Toon doesn't know who Professor Harold Hill is. Sad. No, I don't. I shall Google. The Music Man. No, I guess I do. I know that because a friend of mine, a guy I work with, starred in A Music Man as Professor Harold Hill. So I guess I've only seen the live production once. And I don't think I've seen a movie or anything, so I've probably only ever seen it once. I mean, I've played 76 Trombones, the song, being that I was in band and played trombone. Not bragging there. I see Spence's Santos can simply look into the pig's eyes and the cows can't take it. Gross.
Pigs look gorgeous and cows are beautiful. I love the look of cows. When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
It's so messy, such a mess. I can't. Iceider74 says, "Is that clarinet?" All right. I guess that's what we're doing. Everybody, put in the chat, when you were in high school, what instrument did you play? We all gotta know.
If you think after watching this that the Earth is flat, then you're a degenerate.
There you go. Max is a violin. Chris, the German guy, says flute. Real Cygnus, skin flute. Well, they're coming too fast now. Trumpet, bass clarinet, keyboards. I played the ruler, says S. Thurston. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Tenor saxophone, says Corey. Clive Wells triangle, badly. Oh my gosh. All right. We got piano, we got cello, bassoon, the instrument that makes the musical farts. Love it. Hey, Henry, what instrument did you play in band in high school? That's the question. There you go. This one right here, Toddman Alcatraz, Nintendo. That's it right there. Hey, Henry, another trombonist. I won't use the other, a little bit more funny. I played the erasers. Nice. Okay.
They can elaborately build space programs to lie about where we live. They can torch entire cities like Lahaina and...
Oh my gosh, stop lying, you idiot.
LA with, they can do all the false...
With what? This is what's funny. the nutters that are like they're burning the cities from space with space lasers. Wait a second, flatties. The flatties desperately want to eat up that conspiracy, but they can't really, because where are the space lasers orbiting from? Oh, how did you do that? Which one is it?
Flags like the Boston one and the LA one or Las Vegas one,
Oh,
where they can do all that.
You
they
shut
can
up, you scum.
destroy and burn the old world and lie about history,
No,
but they
they're
can't fake
not.
the sun and the moon.
First, let's talk about
None of that's true, you idiot. You just such a non-critical thinker. So dumb, Marty. You're such an idiot. You can't think about these things. You just fall for all that nonsense. With your smug face, you piece of trash.
current event here. This is Los Angeles, and you're seeing trees and houses burned from the inside out. So
how do you think that happens, you idiot? What is your hypothesis for how these things work? You're so dumb. You're just so dumb. I'm going to skip past this because this is a little bit. YouTube doesn't like that kind of stuff.
Glass is melted. This never.
Yes, glass melts. Aluminum. Oh my gosh, this is how stupid they are. Aluminum melts at a lower temperature than steel. Yeah, it happens. They're just. Oh gosh. Okay, I guess it's pertinent to it. So let's hear a little bit of it.
Heat fire. This is directed energy. Trees burning from the inside out. Cars completely obliterated, but trees.
Some things were on fire and some things were not. Oh, geez, Dave.
Nearby, not burned. So directed energy technology isn't a theory. It does exist, and the governments use it to do crazy things. And to think that they wouldn't use it to make a bright spot in the sky with 3 dots in it.
3 dots in it. 3 dots in it. This is how stupid they are. This is how dumb, how desperate.
Well, what about the sunspots? So there's holographic projections that don't need gas or screen or glass or anything. They can go right into thin air. Right here's just a standard laser pointing up at the clouds, making a bright
hitting the clouds. The clouds
spot. So this is nothing. You can do this yourself. So there's one of the technologies. This is called a dragon fire, and you can shoot energy up into the sky and could literally create a plasma ball.
How? Where? Think about this. You've got the laser from someplace going up to the nothing in the sky. There were no clouds. If it's going to create a plasma ball, wouldn't it create a plasma ball right next to the laser? Right? Wouldn't it do that there because that's where it's the most intense energy? Oh dear, you're dumb.
And this is a trip. This is
So just seeing this stuff. I mean, if I cut out the background, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. If I said it was the sun, you would see the sun.
Put a solar filter on it. It won't look like the sun.
Right? This is Oh yeah, so we've all seen this where the lasers, they don't burn things blue. Now that's not what this is about. But
Project Blue Beam.
Yeah. So you remember the blue roofs and everything. Everyone knows about that. But look at this. Look at that. Doesn't that look a little bit like a sun?
No, it doesn't. I'll show you what a sun looks like. You piece of trash. Absolute. This is how desperate they are. It's so obvious. Here is the actual an actual photograph. This is the video. This isn't just 3 dots, right? There's more than 3 dots. You can see that there's all sorts of detail, right? Lots of detail there. And if you go to my not my website, flurf.info, and then look at, I think just sun or sunspots, Google. There it is, sunspots. So I did an open invitation to all you to email in, and somebody, I forgot, I had several different, was it What's Up? Is that who did it? Got all the emails. Got all the emails while we were in Antarctica and published them on the website here on flurf.info. sunspots. Anybody can go look out there, right? And look at the photos that we took. Here's from Dora. Everybody loves Dora. From the 7th, let's see, this is the 7th of December, right? Right. Not while we were there, but leading up to it, we got Peter Markley, the 11th of December. Got the 12th, the 13th. So let's get, here's the 14th. Peter Markley took this one. A little blurry. Let's get some that are real nice and clear. Here you go. The 13th, Art Stutzman. Right? Look at that. The same pattern. This is where it happens. This is the important thing. All the little surface details, it's a lot of little details. Dave McKeegan published for free the high resolution raw photos. You could go look at them. They're not just little spots. There's detail there. And they match, right? So this one from R. Stutzman matches. We got the Mel Gig from the 14th, one of the days we were there. Look at that detail. Look at that. Look at the detail. Now, if you look at Dave's photos, guess what? You get the same type of detail. So Dave McKeegan, I'm talking his stuff, right? So now we've got Dave Weiss, desperate loser. Dave Weiss, how did this get reproduced? The sunspot here. How did this get reproduced from a laser in the sky? How did that happen? Calder Vasold says, are my picks. Yeah, here you go. 12-12. 12-12. Looks like it's just for the 12th. But yeah, here we go. We can look. There it is. The same sunspots. This is the beauty of it. We did what Dave wouldn't do. We actually tested our position. We were curious enough and confident enough in our position that we didn't have to couch everything. Said, send in your sunspot photos. We know they will match, and they did match. Yeah, how does everybody have the same dead pixels? It doesn't work like that, of course. Anyway, many photos on this page of all sorts of different positions and locations. And then let me show you this here. Let's go to the... There you go. So here is Dave McKeegan's time lapse of it. And the beauty is... All right, hit play. It's not playing. What's wrong? Here's another one. There we go. So here we can see the sunspots moving. And of course, they match everywhere else on the Earth at the same time. So this wasn't, right, and you've got even, and you can see how on the left side there, you can see those sunspots are going off the edge. You can't see them anymore at the end. You can see them here before because the sun rotates. So again, how was this faked? How did you prove this was faked? You didn't. You just had a dumb idea because you're desperate. You're so desperate that you will just lie and lie and lie.
Doesn't that look like a beam, with the sun? Imagine if you didn't see this beam, I kind of silhouetted the background. This is just a random shot of a laser beam hitting this blue tarp.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, look at this, Dave. Just a warning, if I don't understand your sarcasm, you will get banned for life. Gotta purify the echo chamber, Dave. Make sure nobody that contradicts you ever gets to say anything. We got a kitty. Come here, kitty. Oh, orange kitty. How you doing, kitty? Meow. How are you? What do you think? Here, let's get you upside down. He doesn't mind being upside down. Oh, but he sees the dog. There you go, good kitty. He's holding my arm. I like that. There you go.
Like one.
Okay. Yeah. Don't want to let him go though, because Donkey wants to play, and he doesn't want to play with Donkey. Thank you. Right, there you go. There's your cat cat interruption.
So
for them to do what they had to do is basically just I mean, of course, the tech that they have is probably, way beyond what we even know. But even like you were saying, like just to even reproduce that, all they would essentially need would be a concentrated beam of light, infrared, whatever, and a hologram.
Sword's Edge 444. We're going to convince the Flurfs you're a robot. You down? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Of what the sunspots, which you could actually even take a video of the sun exactly how it is in the sky and project it into the sky.
How?
And this is
how can you do that? You need to project it onto something. You can't project it onto nothing. You need something to project it on.
As you were saying, when you actually looked some of this stuff up, some of this tech is 1960.
Scroll up to Brenda's message. Yeah, Joe Hanvey is on with Mark Sargent. I can't call. I'm blocked. But yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, Joe Hanvey's on. They're just having a little circle jerk there. Mark Sargent is he's a scum liar just like Dearth, but he delivers it differently. Right? He hides it a little better. Dearth is just a pure scum, and he can't hide it well. Mark Sargent is able to hide his scum and villainy a little better.
1970, let alone what they have now. Just to show how advanced this tech is, that you can, for like $22 at Walmart, you can get a lamp that actually projects the moon just as you would see it for like
onto the wall. You idiot. Well, Dave, why are you listening to this kind of nonsense and not saying anything?
I'm an idiot.
Oh, okay. That explains it.
I'm stupid.
Yes, you are.
I'm stupid.
Of course you are. What about your app?
My app sucks.
Of course. Yep, I know that. You should be more honest about it more often.
My app sucks.
Thank you for saying it
My
again.
app sucks.
Don't interrupt me while I'm
My
talking.
app sucks.
Oh my gosh. You just can't stop interrupting me. Fine, your app sucks.
I'm a scammer, that
yes.
I'm lying.
Yes, you are. Of course.
I'm a scammer, that I'm lying.
He's just said the exact same thing.
He's a scammer. He's just selling his app.
Yes, you are a scammer.
I'm not smart enough. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot.
Of course you are. Oh, what do you think of that, Arwen? I know him, right? Oh, geez, Arwen, you should get Dearth on your show.
I do my best.
Okay, go ahead. All right, Arwen. While I got you here, Arwen, can you tell us what? Just be honest, like just between you and me. What do you think about flat earthers?
Flat earthers are stupid and retarded, and they never pay attention to anything, and they always get things wrong, and they're lazy, and literally all that.
All right, I'm glad that you just unloaded. I hope that you feel a little better after that.
Like literally $20. And so this goes to show you how actually old some of this technology is.
Here's something I noticed last night. And again, I looked for some other videos. See, this is the laser beam hitting the thing here. So it's a weird sunbeam. But when I compared it to the Antarctic footage, you see these weird lines here. I'm going.
So that is from the camera. I don't have. I have the same camera, but but I don't have it handy. I will get it. I need to hit the bathroom. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a little something while I get my camera and hit the bathroom. And just a little something to remind you of what's happening tomorrow.
But what's on? Yo, it's Witsit humbly stepping to the mic. Flat Zoid, let's debate 2025. I'm top left tonight. I was in Antarctica, bro. The truth is undeniable. This is so funny, Ryan. Are you moderating this, bro? Electrostatics, yeah, that's the real deal. Relative density, disequilibrium, that's second tier. Admittedly, I'm the champ. My facts stay true. You're like a NASA render, Flat Zoid, fake through and through. Nah, Witsit, your logic's all skewed. Explained it before, just for horse shortened views. You were duped to think you were in Antarctica. Union Glacier staged, it's not the real Antarctica. It's all Unreal Engine, scripted and fake. Let me break it down, here's the physics at stake. If something's denser, it burns energy fast, but takes longer to move. Your theories won't last, and yet it still accelerates at the same base rate. You're optically divergent, but physically convergent. Checkmate, 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 checkmate. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flat Zoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flat Zoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Bro, you call that science? That's a wild delusion. Every line you spit just deepens your confusion. Admittedly, I don't trust models, it's true. But our model, though not defined in full, is superior. Globe's falsified, bro. You say optically divergent, but physically convergent. Let's discuss moon phases, magnetic cycles emerging like the center of a Ferrocell image. It's etherically displaced through the ether. Flat Zoid, your whole case is erased. Nah, Witsit, this stage is mine. Your nonsense is weak, I'm top left by design. Amplitude? Bruh, hypotenuse is the angle. Those chairs were concrete, your logic's in a tangle. That's a trait in psychology, covering a lie. I totally saw the sunrise, Southwest, don't deny. That's no floodlight, it's the sunrise, it's real. Your charade's exposed, there's nothing left to conceal. And for the record, I never denied the South Celestial Pole. I just said there's no actual South Celestial Pole. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flat Zoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. Top left, who's the king of the scene? Flat Zoid or Witsit, whose game is supreme? Bass hits heavy, bars sharp and clean. 2025, we're the Dunning-Kruger team. In 25, who's taking the crown? Witsit or Flat Zoid, we're breaking it down. Dunning-Kruger legends, we're lighting the way. No facts, just the hype, cause we're here to stay. And y'all, Dunning-Kruger legends, lighting the way. No facts, just the hype, cause we're here to stay.
So thank you very much for that song. Pretty good one. Go make sure you subscribe there. All right. So I have here an Insta360, and you can see this lens here sticking out on both sides. This is how it works. It's two cameras. And so when something's right here, like you can't see where my finger is, right? But you can see out here because they're two fisheye lenses. They actually, this is just a protective cover. Then inside there is another lens that's spherical. It's a semi-sphere. And so it's able to get to the sides. And so when it's out here, it can get it, but it has to stitch together. So it's got a little bit of distortion on this line here. Anyway, so so what you're seeing there, what Dave is looking at here is you see that little line he's pointing to? That's a reflection coming off of the inside of this here. Okay. Now, you don't see that in the other footage. You don't. In the video I did when I was live at local solar midnight, you don't see that. So did Dave do what a good researcher should do? Of course he did not. Dave doesn't care about truth. If he did, he would have looked at multiple different cameras at similar times. So this here, looking at that, that's a little bit past Mount Rossman. So it's probably 6 a.m. Maybe 6 a.m. because 2:30 a.m. was local solar midnight when the sun was due south, which was a little bit to the right of Mount Rossman. Now this is a little bit to the left of Mount Rossman. So something like that. Yeah, we did think about putting the camera this way, because then you wouldn't have any stitching as it went around the horizon. We thought about it, but then you'd have one that was just this. I don't know. It could have worked. We wouldn't have, but you'd still get artifacts like that because the lens does that. You don't get a choice. It's going to happen. So anyway. But what you don't see that in the other footage of it. So let me see if I can, let's see here, if I can pull up some footage really quick here of this one here. Okay. So this was, I don't know, this was at the camp here. And, let me get a better. There you go. So I don't know if I'm going to, I just picked one here quick. Oh, there you go. Now look at that. There's a from the sun. You see that? There's a little, a solar, glare thing. Close. They're not. They're far. Lens flare. So there's Mount Rossman. So there's kind of three peaks. If you look at those three peaks, a little bit. The third one on the right there, that's about where the sun is at local solar midnight. 2 kilometers away, and that one looks right next to us. Crazy. Here you go. Just a short with 36 seconds on that one. I chose that one because it's been rendered. So these are really, really large files. They're 17 gigs a piece. And so they don't play super well. But here's what I'll see if I can find one that's later. Yeah, okay. So here you see a different, this is right around local solar midnight. This is when I'm doing the live stream. I think that's Dave McKeegan there. And you can see there's a different lens flare artifact on this because it's a different camera. This is taken with the action cam. So there you go. Did Dave compare the other footage? Of course not. Dave doesn't want to do that. He only wants to look at things that can support selling his app. That's the only thing he cares about.
Forward and backwards here. That's kind of a weird sun flare, and I compared it to the 24-hour sun in the Arctic, which
with a different camera, not with another 24-hour sun in the Antarctic from our own group from the very same time, right? No consideration was given by Dave about what camera was happening there. No, right? So the one that you're looking at here in the north, what camera? Don't know.
Which we know is real.
He doesn't care.
And I didn't find any of those weird, I call them disconnected lines. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong here.
You're wrong, Dave. Different cameras function differently. You don't care. You care nothing about truth.
They're just very strange. Mm-hmm. Like if there was at different beams projecting this, like these are very, very strange sun flares. So this is the Arctic, and we don't see any of those beams there.
Because none of them were taken with an Insta360.
I just found that interesting. Mm-hmm. And now we have all these drones and now orbs that are showing up everywhere. This is an orb over New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Now, with a couple choices here, this could be an extraterrestrial orb that we don't understand, or this could just be another hoax with some directed energy, a plasma ball being projected in the sky. Looks a little bit like a sun, right? Mm-hmm. And this is just projected.
No, it doesn't. Did you put a solar filter on it? Nothing.
into thin air. Imagine if you had plasma or reflective crystalline dome at 13,000 feet, what you can do with that and making it much brighter and bigger.
And the point is that if they can project holograms and that sort of stuff into thin air or off the dome or whatever, right, that look as real as anything, then this gives a lot of credence and credibility to the whole, UFO agenda that they've been pushing for years.
I don't see how any of those were a sun with sunspots.
So beyond that, but you're going to explain how you think that they actually fake the sun.
So we're talking to somebody that's been involved with this.
All right, now we're getting to the meat here, people. Strap in. This is the good stuff.
Type of technology from years and years ago, and it's way more advanced. So if here's Union Glacier, their campus somewhere in here, you could have one location here, and it beams the sun around this beam, and then when it gets over here, there's a handoff to another projector, and to do the handoff, there needs to be a little bit of an overlap so the sun doesn't blink out. And if they did an overlap, it could cause that squished sun, which they saw. But again, we're not even sure if there needs to be handoff. It depends on the location. They might be able to do the whole thing with one. But when I'm talking about the squish sun, we did see the sun morph and change shape a little bit.
So again, I'll show you why. Because of the lens, when you're when you're here, right? If you are the sun, then when you're going from one lens to the other, it has to stitch them. And so it's going to get distortions. But the thing is, and Dave didn't check this because Dave doesn't give a damn about truth. One of Will's cameras was like this. The other of Will's cameras was like this. So the stitch never fell at the same time simultaneously. So when one of them had that effect happening, the other did not. Did Dave look? Of course not. Will published 2 24-hour full-time, real-time, non-time-lapse videos. 2 of them. Did Dave look? No, he didn't. He looked at just Dave McKeegan's video. That's all he looked at, it seems. I don't know, he's got 3 on screen here. I don't know which ones he's showing, or if it's just the one that he's picked up at all. Like the one there. Why didn't he just go get the original video? Right? They're published on Will's YouTube. Why didn't he contact one of us and say, "Hey, can I get the original source video right off the camera? We'll give them to you. Does anybody want them? We'll give them to you." Nope. They don't care. They don't care.
It could have been where the handoff happened. Again, this needs more investigation, and I wish people would get off the ridiculous investigation path that they're on.
Dave, you didn't do any investigation yet. If anybody had done any investigation, I would have received some messages. Dave McKeegan would have received some messages. Will would have received some messages saying, "Hey, can I get the original source videos from the cameras, please?" Did Dearth talk about the actual raw photos of the sun that Dave McKeegan got? Did he download them because he published them for free? No, he did not.
In Austin are shills. They're pawns. They're not shills. They reported what they saw, but they're not looking into all of the possibilities. If they're transmitting into the sky, how far would they have to project? Well, if you had an airplane that was at 13,000 feet, how far would it have to go to appear to be 15 degrees off the horizon? And it's only 9.2 miles.
Wait.
Have to go to project. Well, if possibilities, if they're transmitting into the sky, how far would they have to project? Well, if you had an airplane that was at 13,000 feet, how far would it have to go to appear to be 15 degrees off the horizon? And it's only
15. How far would an airplane have to be at 15,000 feet to appear at 15 degrees? Okay, 9.2 miles away. So you think there was a plane 9.2 miles away? That was the sun. Dave, you think that this was a plane 9.2 miles away? My gosh, you're dumb. Do people, it's sad that I know there are people that are even dumber than that believe it. How is that so? You're so stupid, Dave. Such a desperate attempt. And yes, of course, it will work because your gullible followers are stupid.
In 9.2 miles, right? So airplane 13,000 feet, height of the dome. Okay. And it only have to go 9.2 miles to look like it's 15 degrees and to be 30 degrees off the horizon, which would be the noon sun, only 4.27 miles.
Now, I don't know where he got those numbers. Figured out what it was. I published it on my website. Instead, he pulled these numbers out of the backside of Marty Leeds' butt.
So think about this. The projector, it's got a radius of less than 10 miles. Way less.
Yeah,
now it could be they could send it farther. They wouldn't have to send it farther if they're using the dome. So they're just making a ball go around those guys that has light and brings heat, right? Because they could feel the heat of the sun, and it was super bright.
Light and heat. So where was the real sun then? There were no clouds. How did the projected sun with sunspots magically being projected onto it and the real sun, how did they alternate? And when in here did they alternate? In this one, right? Look at it. Where did it happen? How come we didn't notice it happening? How did it transition from one to the other, Davy Pooh? Wow, you're just such a piece of trash, Dave. What? You did nothing. You did nothing at all, Dave.
This is the one thing that nobody's looking into, really. You were the only one, as far as I knew, that was actually looking into it. And it's the one thing that they needed to fake. So everybody else is going down all these other avenues. And it's like, you don't need to do that at all. As far as I can tell, Jaron and Austin are absolutely telling the truth. The whole trip was legit. But what's not legit is what they saw. The one thing that they needed to produce was a nice day and a fake sun. Now, all these people were saying the notion that they don't have the tech to do that is ridiculous.
No, none of that exists. It's not that they don't have the tech. It's that there's no physics or optics that can explain it. What exists? If you're gonna send a laser, you're gonna shoot a laser. How does a laser know when to go from transmitting to being a plasma ball? How does it know when to do that? And how does it know? And how does this plasma ball know to have sunspots that exactly match? My gosh, you're stupid. Or are they saying that it was behind haze in the north? The fact they have to fake it. We didn't fake it. Oh, this is Sovereign Soul's Unchained Mind, one of the dumbest humans alive, even dumber than Dave. Dearth, how? And Run Boston Bear. Right on, Dave. Oh my gosh. This is high quality truth speaking. It's better than the drama, attacking, and slander going on in other places. Oh, Run Boston Bear, you're so woke. Oh, you do everything because you love people, and Jesus loves you for doing that, Run Boston Bear. No, Run Boston Bear, you're just lying. You're just a scum liar like the rest of them. Blackburn Big Dragon says Dearth is completely lying about what the dragon fire does to it. Doesn't make plasma balls. Of course it doesn't. Oh, I know, Max. Run Boston Bear is Witsit's biggest fan. Like if make all the jokes you want. Go ahead about Run Boston Bear and pining for Witsit. Like, man, I don't know. Maybe if Witsit and Kai, if it doesn't work out, Run Boston Bear can right up in there. I mean, obviously he's pining for him. This is what people really need to investigate. No, this is not possible.
I would not agree with anybody that say they couldn't do that. No, they have tech way, way beyond that. That's right.
And how do you know that? You don't.
So now everyone, the one thing is they're talking about how the sky color never changed. Now the argument against this, the Steelman, is the sun never got low enough for it to really change. This is the Arctic. This is the Antarctic. And when the sun gets low,
it's something called auto exposure, Dave. Again, flurfs don't understand photography. The cameras adjust their exposure automatically these days. So the brightness of the sky, of course, you wouldn't expect the color to vary a whole bunch. There's no clouds. There's nothing there. The topography didn't change. The amount of, snow cover around the vicinity didn't change. Everything's the same in the sky except for the elevation of the sun. So the only thing that could change is how bright it is, approximately, which the camera would automatically compensate for.
We're all used to it changing, but I'd say well, it's very dry down there. That's maybe why it didn't change. But it's the gases. When it gets down low, it's going through different gases, and we should, in my opinion,
different gases. What different gases? Air. It's mostly nitrogen, a little bit of oxygen, even lesser amount of carbon dioxide, and then everything else is just trace amounts. That's it. It's not different gases. Oh my gosh.
I think the colors should change.
So here's a hologram literally into thin air. You don't need an LCD screen. You don't need any sort of, medium for reflection. None of that. Literally just in thin air.
Right. This is just a little point, and this is old technology. This isn't this is what they're telling us about. So that's.
How do you know that there's more advanced stuff? You don't. This is just cope.
There's nothing there. So just think bigger. Everyone think bigger. All right. What's the most important lie that the elite have?
Not flat Earth, Dave. If it was, you'd be dead. The fact that you're alive proves that it's not the biggest thing ever. Going to bed?
Yeah.
Give Knuckles?
Right over there?
Yeah, way over here. They want to see. They can't see anything yet. You're not even on screen yet here. Right. There you go. Now your fist's on screen. A little more. Good night. Love you. All right. Yeah, Penguin can stay in here. I'll get her up on screen here. Okay. There she is. Hold her funny so she moves weird. There you go. Okay. Go, puppy. How you doing? How you going, Penguin? She got we trimmed her hair last week. Oh no, you're okay. You're okay. There you go. Go, puppy. All right. You want to just sit here with me for a little bit? You want to just watch? You want to watch? Okay, we can watch.
Hiding the globe, hiding the flat earth.
To think that they were going to go through all of the, the trouble to lie about every other aspect, but we're not going to show up what goes on in Antarctica. Also knowing that people were eventually going to say, hey, I think the earth is flat. I want to go see. That means, hey, they just waited for this moment, basically.
Right.
Like, wait until somebody questions, then we'll go down there and show them the sun. And who got pranked? Jaron and all.
Yep. With all of the scientific, university researching that's being done down there, scientists, astronomers, all of this time, for the last 20, 30, 40 years, nobody has done a 24-hour sun except a guy that works for National Geographic and Union Glacier. Which
he doesn't work for Union Glacier. There he's lying about it too. He doesn't work for National Geographic. He sells his product to National Geographic, which is different than works for. But again, just one guy, he says. Let's see here. I think I have. Hold on. I have a few. So again, flat earthers never do their own research. Here's Devastation Antarctica. 4 years ago, it's only got 89 views. But look at that. I'll start it here again. Look at the time here. It starts at 10:45, right? 10:45 a.m. Sun's up. We see shadows. We see off the reflection off the water there. There we go. And what are we looking at? There's like 6 a.m. Let's back it up a little bit here. Here's 3 a.m. Here's midnight, right? 12:25 a.m. Now, I don't know exactly where local solar midnight is, but there's 11:45. You can see the light. You can see the shadows. Very crisp shadows. All you need is to see that you don't need 24 hours. This is the goalpost move. The red herring. You don't need 24 hours. You just need to have the sun be where it could not possibly be for flat Earth, which is anywhere past half of the day, it could not be up for half of the day. If the other half a day, right? You take local solar noon, you go 6 hours either direction. If the sun is up in the sky past 6 hours, it's not possible. Think about where would it would need to be on flat Earth. Where would the sun need to be? Right? Doesn't matter where you are, what time of the year, right? If you're sitting here, I don't know where that station is. Let's put you right there, right? Now, if you take local solar noon, where the sun is due north, right? This direction, and then 12 hours later, or 6 hours later, or 6 hours earlier, right? You've got 90 degrees from there. And so now you're sitting there, it's going horizontally. That can't happen. Now you just get near midnight and it's off here somewhere. That's not possible. You don't need 24 hours. You just need this one right here at 11:45 p.m. That's all you need. This is the desperation of flat earthers. 12:45. Look at that. Sun is up, crisp shadows. Right? 2:10 a.m. Sun is up, crisp shadows. That's all you need. That's it. They're like, there's only one guy. No, you didn't look. That's what happened. You did not look. You plug your fingers in your ears and you scream la 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 la. That's it. Yeah, this is a pretty cool one here. The 14-day moon time lapse. Let's see, it's going to pull up on Vimeo here. 14 days of the moon. Right? I'll jump ahead here. Jump to where it's the phase of the moon is changing, and so it's over exposed a little bit here. There you go. Oh, this isn't the 14-day. This is just the rising moon. Right? Look at that. They're like, oh, it's hidden. It's all fake. That's at bronze. Where did it go? It's like flat earthers don't. Oh, it's back. Flat earthers don't have the concept of object permanence yet. There you go. This is just showing that the moon is rising. So, like, nobody's shown it yet. Yes, people have shown it. Oh yeah, they're back. They're back to this.
Which is, that they're deceptive. And a bunch of propped up low propagandists, they're the ones that bring flat earthers down there to see this.
Propped up? Who propped Will up? Desperation.
This event, talking about the heat wave, going back to the heat wave for a second. If they've been, let's just say they've only been practicing for 4 years. Well, that.
Okay. In 1899, 1898, 126, 127 years ago, Lady Blunt, right around there, not precisely, wrote mentioned some articles from some people that had been to Antarctica and had seen the 24-hour sun. 125 years ago, flat earthers were like, yeah, there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And they're like, oh, well, maybe it was me. And they're like, this is what's funny. If you look at Eric Dubay, he's like, Lady Blunt even knew that. And she had an explanation for it. I looked it up. She had 2 words for it. Unusual refraction. That was it. Unusual refraction. It's so unusual that it happens every year. It's so unusual that it doesn't even make the sun look any different than normal. It's so unusual that it's absolutely 100% predictable and doesn't vary at all. That's how unusual it is. Sounds to me like it's actually very usual. Dave, why do you do this? Is there like, why?
I'm a scammer, that I'm lying.
Oh, that's why. Dave, you're a scammer. We know that. We know you're a scammer.
That's when Anthony Powell did his other better videos, not the ones, that essentially look the same as what everyone filmed at TFE. So the guy's been humiliated, and he films this.
Tea Earl Grey hot. Thank you, Replicator. You want to take this one? Thanks. Humiliated. How did you humiliate the guy? He humiliated flat earthers. That's what here. This is the 360-degree VR. This isn't faked. This isn't faked, right? You didn't show that's fake. You just claimed. You just want it to be fake. So
share it. He doesn't share it with everybody. Doesn't like, hey, flat earthers, look, here you go.
Of course he shared it. You just didn't pay attention.
Well, Duffy's the one that finds it. That doesn't make any sense.
The whole thing stinks to high hell. I mean, it just absolutely does. I mean, we knew it stunk to high hell before, but now you start adding these little components in, and it's like, okay.
So I'm gonna everyone watch.
All right, Jack Fetter. This is a good one. Challenged Dearth to show his app's global positioning calculating using non-globe math. Offer him $25,000. I'll split it. This guy has to be shut down. I offered Dave $10,000 to find a photo that he claimed was from NASA on NASA's website. Instead of doing that, he accused me of lying, proving that he lied. Right? He constantly lies. So Jack Fetter, that's a good idea. I mean, I can put 10,000 to it. Yeah. Show his app's global positioning calculation using non-globe math. Could do even better than that. I think could offer show what time the sun will set using only flat Earth math. You can't use the radius of the globe in there. How does the sun set? It gets too far away. But wait a second. The sun didn't set in Antarctica. And when we were in Punta Arenas, right? When we were in Punta Arenas, the sun set south of due east, or due west. It rose south of due east. How did that happen? So all sorts of any of these things, right? That you couldn't claim that's fake. Thousands of people live there. You see it all the time. Mark Von Wisco says I could never drink a caffeinated beverage this late. I'd be up all night. I am up all night already.
Watching Marty, you know the answer to this already. Which one is the real sun? Which one is the real sun? So is it number 1 on the left, 2 in the middle, 3 on the right?
Well, let me get a solar filter out and I'll look at it. And whichever one has sunspots matching the current sunspots elsewhere in the world, that's the one that's the real sun. And he thinks he's pretty sharp. He thinks he's got a gotcha here, right? Because he's like, I'm going to show this still picture of you, of this thing to people over a Zoom call. And if they can't figure out which one's the real sun, then they can't. Like, we have different techniques. We weren't limited to a still picture in a Zoom call when we were in Antarctica. We had the real thing in the sky.
And when I asked all of the people that I've shared this with beforehand, before we took this public, I ran this by a lot of people because
I ran this by a lot of people on a Zoom call. Yeah. Awesome, Dave.
I want to run with something that was completely ridiculous. I didn't think it.
He doesn't want to run with something that's completely ridiculous.
Before we took this public, I ran this by a lot of people because I didn't want to run with something that was completely ridiculous.
Everything you do is completely ridiculous, you piece of crap.
I don't think it's ridiculous, but everyone is on the same page and thinking that, this is probable. The answer is I lied. These are.
Of course you did.
Both real. This one is real and this one is real, but you probably picked this one. Right?
Taboo Conspiracy and I both picked that one.
Which one is the real sun? I photoshopped 2 of the images in there. So we're
give me a solar filter.
Looking at an LCD screen. Which one's the real sun?
Honestly, I think it would be the one on the left. But
right, you picked this one.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone did. Only 2 people picked the middle one because they knew that they're like, he's tricking me somehow. I'm not going to pick the one he wants me to pick. Right. So if you look at it, this is a laser on an LCD screen. This is laser. It's going to move. So I'm going to stop it. And wherever I stop it, it look. I mean, this is just a close up of a laser burning an LCD screen, right? So this does that look like the sun?
Nope. This looks like the sun. This is the kind of evidence we got. Not this kind of evidence, you filth.
So that certainly does to me, right? And lasers can project, super high resolution images of the sun. So all NASA had to do is feed them an image of the sun. They project it into the sky, into the plasma, into thin air, and that's what.
And none of it works that way. They always need something to be projected onto.
Those guys saw. And by the way, it brings light and heat. So the heat wave is they've been testing for the last 4 years, testing in the winter when nobody's.
But in 1899, how did they see the 24-hour sun?
There.
So I'm sorry, I don't want to miss this because people are going to say, well, what about the real sun down there? What explain that? So basically we have our flat earth map, the generalized flat earth map that basically doing this 80 degrees, anything 80 degrees south on your Gleason's map basically says that there's not going to be any sunrise there, right? Is that the idea?
Maybe it would rise low on the horizon at 10 a.m. and set by 2 p.m. Maybe.
Okay. So
maybe not at all.
At Union Glacier, they're at 79.5, right? So that means the sun's going to be visible at some point. So how do you block out the sun and replace it with the new sun?
So here's a picture.
This is going to be some cope.
That I took. This is I get to watch the sunrise here. I'm in Mexico, and
that's right. He vacations in Mexico in the winter on the backs of gullible idiots. That's what he does.
Out here, there's a layer of cloud, so I don't see the sun. The sun should rise here, but I don't get to see the sun until it's about 15 degrees off the horizon. Okay, so if there is at that far south, I don't think that they're going to. And look at the flat Earth map. The sun would be very low. It would be very low, only for 3, 4, 5 hours at the max. And so it would never. It could just be behind.
Now, here's what's interesting, Dave. When we were in Punta Arenas, the sun rose at 5 a.m. and set at 10 a.m. 10 something, like 10:30. Right? It was up for. We were farther. We were at 53 degrees south latitude. We weren't super far from Antarctica, and we got a large number of hours of sun. And you're like, oh, no, just that little, you're only going to get like 3 hours. Why would we only get 3 hours? In fact, when you start at the Tropic of Capricorn on December 21st, you get a certain number of hours of daylight. As you move south 10 degrees, you get more daylight. You move south more, you get more daylight. Every time you move farther south, you get more daylight. Every time you get farther south. So why would it? This is reality. People live there. Thousands of people live there. We experienced it firsthand ourselves. How is it going to work that when you get to farther south even, then suddenly it goes from 14, 15 hours of daylight to 3. How did that happen, Dave? When did that reverse? But we didn't see clouds. That's the other thing, Dave. 0 clouds. There were 0 clouds. That first 24 hours, there was nothing. No clouds at all. You're such a desperate. Oh, there's no words for how much of a dirtball you are. Just complete garbage. Garbage human. Here, let me look here. I have the GoPro footage here. I didn't move the GoPro around a ton. So I don't have the GoPro pointing north, but I do have, one more. Oh no, that's not it. Hold on. I'll get it here. There it is. The 24-hour webcam from Will. I have that. And let's see here. I'll find it where it's looking the correct direction here. Dave Fear says, Dearth, I ran this by a lot of people. Half agreed with me. The other half were their caretakers. Oh, no, I don't want that. Quit. Okay. I want to, this probably won't work in, yeah. So the cool thing about video track, there it is. Video track 2, where'd it go? The cool thing about the Insta360, there it is. Okay. Let's see, video track 2. All right. I'll see if I can share this. Oh, no. I have to share the whole, like, it's a little weird to share this, but because, so, all right, I was distracted. Here's how it works. The Insta360 records 2 video tracks simultaneously in the MPEG stream. And so when you're looking at like VLC, you have to choose which of the 2 video streams to play. So I'm gonna grab this here. So you can see, because I want you to see it. It's in VLC. There it is. Right there. Okay. Oh, it's too big. I gotta shrink it. And you'll see. So Dave's like, well, there's clouds in the way. You won't see the clouds. Okay. And like I said, it's a proper fisheye. It's like a lot of flatties call barrel distortion fisheye. That's not fisheye. This is what an actual fisheye lens looks like. It's coming. There you go. So there it is. This is looking north. This is right around noon, local solar noon. And you can see where's, there's little lens flares that you can see. You can see the shed that we're in. And so what happens is when it records it like this, and then when it renders it, it dewarps everything and gives it to you in a little better format that you can look at. But there's a lot of distortion and undistorting that happens here. So anyway, so there it is. So this is when Austin was doing his live stream. I think that's what he's doing there. It's a little hard to see, right? And there's a snowmobile off in the distance. I think that's coming. Like this shows how ridiculous the people are. Like, oh, it was in a studio. Like, there's something miles away that you can see. So, or maybe it's already left. I don't know. So anyway, where's the clouds? How did the real sun get swapped in or blocked, Dearth, even with your incredibly wrong idea? How did that happen? How did that happen, Dave? All you have is lies. Your entire life is lies. So let's listen again to his lies.
Very low. It would be very low, only for 3, 4, 5 hours at the max. And so it could just be behind here. Clouds in the distance, like halfway from Antarctica to Chile, just cloud up the sky. We know that they can do that. So
there were no clouds.
Here's a day where there is no clouds. I could see the sun, right? And another day, this is here. And so there's the horizon. And I don't see the sun until it's 15, 20 degrees off the horizon. And so when the sun rises, is it's behind. This is just imagine this behind that cloud, and it's going back to the northwest, to northwest. So the sun would never show. We have light in the sky, and we have a super bright light going across the sky. No one's even going to notice the sun. Right? You wouldn't even...
What? Let's check. Do you notice the second sun? No. Nobody's gonna notice? You idiot. You think we wouldn't have noticed with the complete lack of clouds? What is wrong with you? You are such a... Oh. I can't say the words that you deserve, Dave. You pure evil piece of trash, just lying so much. So just lies and lies and lies.
Even have to match up to it. You wouldn't even have to match up to it.
They also say that the people at down there, they're there for specifically the 4 months that there is supposed to be sun, and then they pack up and leave. Is that true?
I think so.
Union Glacier, right? That basically November to February, and then they're gone. So essentially, as far as we could tell, they're down there essentially to fake the sun.
Well, maybe not. Maybe they're doing other research down there. You would have to say,
the people at Union Glacier are not researchers. They're tour guides, and they're employees that are doing maintenance and facility stuff and logistics and pilots and meteorologists. Right? This isn't a research station; it's a tourism station. So that's what it's all about: is tourism. So that's their purpose.
No, it's just like going, is everyone in NASA in on it? Well, lots of them are. So there's lots of people at Union Glacier that are in on it. Now, the guy that cooks...
70 people were there. 70 staff. So he said the guy that cooks
the pizzas, the guy that cleans the bathrooms, he's just there. It's light in the sky. And let's say he's there for working there for the last 2 years, and they're like, okay, let's do a blue sky test today. Hey, we have a couple of random mountain climbers here. We have the marathoners here, and we're gonna make the blue sky, and we're gonna make it go around. And Anthony, you can do a 24-hour time lapse. And now we just created a whole bunch of witnesses, a whole bunch of credible, non-lying witnesses that saw exactly what those guys saw, right? And so. That's nothing. That's what they do all the time. In all the false flags, they do that. They create witnesses like that. Robbie Parker worked at the hospital.
What a... Dave, you're just such garbage. Hold on. I'm going to get... It's like... I got my books down here. These are the non-Flurf books. There it is. Yeah. On someone's recommendation, I got this. I haven't read it yet. I haven't read Battle of the Beams yet either. So there's that one. It just came in. But this one here, Empire Antarctica by Gavin Francis, right? So Gavin Francis wrote this book. He was at the Haley Station in Antarctica. And let's see, I don't know if I marked it. I think I underlined it, so I might be able to pick it out quickly if I leaf through. There's 4 or 5 times in here. There it is. Okay, you see I highlighted that. No, all right. The area inside the halo was darker than its surrounding. Oh, yeah. The guy. Oh, this is just as he's getting there. I don't know if that was my highlighting. I thought I underlined it in here instead of highlighting it. I bought it used. I always buy used. I love used books. Okay. Here you go. We're on page 63. It was 11 p.m. when I reached the optical caboose. Longitudinal midnight. Okay, so we're at their place. 11 p.m. was longitudinal midnight, or I say local solar midnight. Because the time zone, you can use whatever time zone you want, because if the sun's up 24 hours a day, doesn't matter. If the sun is set for 24 hours a day, it doesn't matter. You can use whatever time zone you want that's convenient. Seeing out to it, I had been circled by a Wilson storm petrel, a tiny brown and white bird with wing beats like a butterfly's more used to the waves and gales of the Southern Ocean than the endless desert of ice. Maybe it had enough of storms, and I was glad of its company. The sun hung over the South Pole, still high enough that there was no blush on the clouds. Right? So Gavin Francis wrote in his book, Testimony, he saw the midnight sun. He was there in 2003, I think, is when this was about. 2003. So here's a couple pictures here of that he took. So well, let me get. The thing is, of course, when you're working, you've got a job to do and you have a schedule, and your schedule says that you're going to need to be at a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, or you have to be at some place at 9:30 in the morning. So when it's, midnight, you're in bed. You got work to do. You're there for a reason. And that reason isn't to prove the thing that was known for a century, that the Earth is, or that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So spring, okay. Anyway, so I don't have it marked, but you know what I do have? Thanks to It's a Rubik's, I have some bookmarks. I'll mark the spots there. So there it is. There's another person who has to be in on it for some reason, right? Somehow. Well, let's look here. Let's go to this. mz2.net/24-hour sun in the south. We've got this one here, the Haley Diary, November 2003. Yeah, I was right about 2003. So that was written by Gavin, who was there, right? So here it is, 30 November 2003, Haley Summers arrived by Gavin Francis, base doctor again. This is written by the same guy. And he's talking about the sun being up for 24 hours a day here on this particular one. It's too long to just find that one spot right here. I did quote it, I think, on Sunday 23rd. There was a solar eclipse, the first one ever to be witnessed in Antarctica. We had 24-hour sunlight for several weeks now. So although the eclipse was in the middle of the night, we could all see it easily. This isn't, oh, we didn't see the sun. They saw the sun. They saw the eclipse of the sun. Here's another one. For most of us, it was still quite novelty to be enjoying sunshine at midnight. So again, this is written by the same author, Gavin. The first sunset at Halley since October was this month. So they've had multiple months of the sun being up all the time. This was not written by the same guy. I don't know who wrote it offhand, but so there you go. This was my third winter. The last time I was here was in 1990/92. So this guy had been there in 92, was in there in 2003, right? And said, quote, the first sunset at Halley since last October was this month, which was in February. So from October to February, the sun was up the whole time. In 2003, Dave, you're a piece of crap. Quit lying. You are just a desperate, grifting piece of filth. Dave Weiss is a roughly human-shaped leather bag full of cow manure that talks. That's I mean, what I think.
I'm not smart enough. I'm stupid.
That's right. That's why you have to be a scammer.
Dave's a scammer. He's trying to steal $3 from you for his.
That's right.
I'm a scammer. I'm just trying to sell apps. I know the Earth isn't flat.
That's right, Dave. You got it. You got it right this time.
Dave's a scammer. He's selling a useless app. I'm the scammer trying to sell an app. That's all I'm trying to do. So I'm giving you all this bullshit.
That's right, Dave. That is completely correct, Dave. Oh, we got Shiloh here. Shiloh, what kind of trash are you talking today, Shiloh? Shiloh, here's your opportunity, Shiloh. You're a chicken. Shiloh Carpenter, you're a chicken. Right? You don't have the guts to stand up, to face me. You don't have the courage. Right? You're just a little boy chicken. Right? You know that everything for the globe matches. Everything, no exceptions. And you know that if you were in here right now, if you sent me an email at mctoon@mctoon.net, you know I would wipe the floor. I would point after point after point after point. I would destroy your lies. That's why you didn't send me an email yet to come join me, right? You know I will humiliate you. Right? Just mctoon@mctoon.net. That's the email address that you're too scared to email. Hey, the desperation is getting big there, Shiloh Carpenter, Flat Earth Dave, everybody. The desperation is real. The coping. I could be dropping frames. It could happen. Looking good right now at the moment. I'll keep an eye on it. There's not much I can do if it happens, though. It happens. I'm on cable still. Don't have fiber yet. Someday. All right. Icy Spin says Banana Boat is just a lotion company. Jack Fetter says I'm so pissed at this. Yes. If I buy his crap app, can I still get in on the class action lawsuit? If so, how? Won't launch with legit dates or at home. So his app is still leaking PII. So if you get the app and put your PII in, whatever it is, and it leaks, which it will, then you can get in on whatever lawsuit happens. Now, if he's in, if you're in the United States, each state has different rules. If you're in Europe, Europe has specific rules. And I don't know if there's going to be a class action lawsuit. In order for that to happen, a lot of the time, to my knowledge, you need a lawyer that's willing to take it on commission. Well, Dave doesn't have the money necessary to make it worth the while for a lawyer to do a class action lawsuit on commission. So I don't know if that'll work. Right. So some people may need to do it themselves or find a lawyer that's just interested in shutting down that worthless piece of human filth that is Dave Weiss. Something like that. So, but Jack Fetter, Shifty Eye Shady is actually taking action. He's looking into what he can do for it. So Shifty, he's still here? Here he is. Yeah, so Shifty, if you want a page to host information, you can do it on the Flurf Wiki. You can create an account on there. You can have a page to put all of this and manage it and have a place for people to go to communicate to you or to add themselves to whatever you do. You can do that and you can do it on a page on there if you want. Right. Anybody can do anything Flurf adjacent on that website as long as it's decent stuff. So that's one idea. Dave's app is better than yours. That's right. You don't have one. Actually, that's wrong, Shiloh Carpenter. I've written an email filtering app. My app is much better than Dave's. It doesn't leak PII. It stops people from getting scammed. That's what my app does. Dave's app tries to scam people and leaks PII. Why is that, Dave?
I'm a scammer. I'm just trying to sell apps. I know the earth isn't flat.
Yeah, because Dave's a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
There you go. So anyway, Dave, Shiloh Carpenter. That's my app. Now, Shiloh Carpenter, what app do you have? What app did you write? How did your app make the world a better place? The app I wrote stops people from getting scammed. That's pretty good. That's my career. And my hobby is to stop people from getting scammed. Hey, I do it for fun and for pleasure. And for fun and for pleasure. They're both fun and pleasure. Wait, for... no, Simon Mav constantly is a piece of filth on Facebook. I mean, he really does make flat earthers look bad. So Jack Vetter says, Tunes, are you psyoping us? I don't know what was that about. That was at 9:18. It's 10:50. It was a while ago. I got a little behind. Jay Donashi says, can you remind me of what the flat earth rules are again, or the laws of Flurf? I went over those. Darkstar 4400 says, one thing science can't do, stop someone from becoming a Flurf if they really want to. That's true. Flatties, right? That there always will be the dumbest 0.001% of humans. Greg Edmonds says, oh, hey, great time to be a Globie. It's always a great time to be a Globie. It's because then you don't have to be wrong about everything. I've never seen such behavior in the war room before. Has been a member for 49 months. Says, I heart you, MC2. Thank you. I haven't seen you for a while. I was thinking about, got a very long name and memorable. Welcome back, War Room. Darkstar 4400 says, it looks like, therefore it must be. Yeah, that's the depth of Flurf intelligence. Well, they look the same. Therefore, they are the same. Dumb. Isolder74 says, magic, magic, more magic. Everything that Dave is explaining is pure magic. That's it. That's what he's relying on. How do you project a sun with sunspots in the air? I don't know. Lasers. Space lasers. Something like that. Isolder74 called me J.J. Abrams because of my amazing filmography. Cinematography? I don't know. In the Life says, for 8 Australian, flat earthers are getting worse and more desperate. They make me drink. Well, don't do that unless you're drinking tea Earl Grey hot. Souter74, any advanced enough technology is indistinguishable from magic. This goes more for flatties because flatties don't understand basic stuff. So basic stuff is magic to them. Tommy Gronwald for 59 Nokia bucks says, a laser projecting a plasma ball that size at that distance in thin air for hours. This thing makes a lightning look like a flashlight. Yeah, the magic that is necessary for it is staggering. Jimmy Madison 42 says, Yoda, strong the desperation with this one is. It is desperation because remember, David Weiss's religion is scamming people by selling his Flat Earth app. He went to a church with a pocket full of brochures for his app to perform his religion, his religious duties, selling his app. The Sun Express says, Potato Dave is still a scammer. Flurfia is still not flat, and Steve from UK is still very lonely, waiting by his phone. He is. Poor Steve. Somebody should call him. Maybe I shall. Maybe a future edition of Phone of Flurf will be that. Jack Vetter says, wait, that laser thing. I'm sold. Flat. That's what it is. It's so dumb. Just, he finds a video of something that almost, sort of, maybe, kind of, but not really, matches. And he's like, that's it. That's how it totally was done. Dave Fierce's Dearth. I ran this by a lot of people, have agreed with the other half were their caretakers. In the life says, so Dave isn't going to do experiments with Dr. Shiva. No question he would never do that. Right? The absolute necessity to being a flat earther is you do not commit to the results of an experiment. Right? And that's how Shifty Eyes Shady exited Flat Earth. He committed to the results. And guess what? Shifty is out. And better for it. I tell you, Shifty, you don't know that, but the ladies are all over him since he exited. I mean, he has to just like, please back off. There's only one of me. Every day he goes outside, he gets mobbed. They're like, Shifty. It's amazing. What a lucky guy he is. Right, Shifty? He's laughing. Right. It's a burden you have to bear, but you do it so well, Shifty. Right? So good for you, man. In the life says, so yes, I read that already. Gary IOW says Most Secret War by Dr. R.V. Jones. You'll enjoy that. A lot about the radio war and also V1 and V2, a damn good read. It's on Amazon. Most. All right. I'm a sucker for books, right? Obviously, I got a lot. Most Secret War. There it is. And I want to find, and I don't just look for the one that says it's in good condition. When I'm looking for a book, I want to find a book where the description is writing on the pages. That's the book I want. So we've got used. It said used as $8 used. Don't anybody buy it yet. Hold on. Don't do it. I got dibs. Clear all filters. I just see more. It's like other used new collectible from $5.41, paperback from $5.41. But then I go in, it says $8. I want the $5.41. You tease? It teased me. Filter. I don't want any filter. Well, how about this? I'll go do used. Used. Clear all filters. Where'd it go? All right. Well, I'll add this one to the cart. I'll pick it up later. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion, Gary. We got In the Life says, can we send Dave to jail? Well, in the UK, or sorry, in the EU, the kind of data loss that he's done and is actively attempting to cover up does potentially have criminal ramifications. The thing is, I think, somebody would have to, in the EU, take action. So one of the country's legal systems would have to say, that's enough. We're going to actually do something about it. And unless they get told that it's happening, they're not going to do anything about it. And it's in the grand scale of data breaches, it's rather small. Right, 33,000, I believe, is the actual number of user accounts. Not 200. He's lying about that. So, only a portion of them are from the EU. So they're not going to have that as a really high priority. But I don't know. Find somebody in the EU that can do something about it, and maybe. The Sun Express says, my name is Terrano Montoya. You flirted my father. Prepare to globe. Okay. Stringfellow Hawk for $10. Thank you. It says Brian's toe is better than Dave's app. Do you mean Mikey's toe? Gross. Who's a follower of Mikey Smith's left toe? I would love it if Mikey Smith's left toe had more subscribers than Mikey Smith. And your theology. Hello, Bob says not caught up in the stream. So this is from a while back, but as a member of Will's church, I find Dave's claims that we are fake very offensive. Why does Flat Earth consistently produce awful people? A great, not Bob. You're not Bob. Hold on. Dominic, right? Well, I say this a lot. Flat Earth is a gill net for horrible people. So if I'm not I don't fish, but I know what a gill net is. A gill net is just a net that you put out there, and as fish go through, they get caught up in it. Little fish go through the holes and big fish get caught, right? So a gill net will catch only a subset of the thing. So the Flat Earth is a gill net that only catches a subset of people. Horrible people, terrible, awful, rotten people, right? Why is there such a disproportionate percentage of Flat Earthers that are fans of the Mustache Man? Why is it that they are all so willing to lie? Right, there are prerequisites to becoming a flat earther. You can't understand geometry. You must be okay lying. You have to be easily fooled and indoctrinated and gullible. You have to not research things while thinking you're researching things because you're watching a flat earth video, right? Those are generally the prerequisites. Right? Flat earthers often say, do your own research, but that is a psychological ploy, right? The non-curious people, the people that are easily fooled, that match those criteria, they'll hear a flat earther say that and they'll be, oh, that guy is so accepting of me doing my own research that I won't even do it. Right? Seriously, that's the reverse psychology that they do when they say do your own research. Like, don't trust me, go do it yourself. And you know what Dave does immediately after that? And this is the depth of his scummery. Dave Weiss will say, do your own research. Go to my website to do your own research. I've curated a list of videos for you to watch while you do your own research. That's not doing your own research. That's being indoctrinated. Anyway, thank you for that and your theology. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, and the fellows. He's been beating all the guys off with a stick. Talking about Shifty. Shame on you. That's inappropriate. DP Debunk says Dearth Money song sent via Discord. Ooh. Is there a video for it? Because I'll play it if there's a video. Let me see here. Ooh, it looks like there is. All right, just a second here. Let me prep it here a little bit. Dirty money. All right. Is it safe for work? Is it right? What are the lyrics? DP Debunks. The Sun Express says any sufficiently tossed cell is indistinguishable from magic to flurfs. Meat permits Tad. What kind of channel name is Meat permits Tad? What is that? I like that. All right. Anyway, it says a flat earther lying? No, never. Of course they lie. J.R. Pence says how important that they are sun tech is just for them. How important they are. Sun tech is just for them. I don't know what that means. So yeah, the psychology of Dirth's lies. We're asking, does he actually believe his lies? So I'm not a psychologist. I don't have the training in that, but right. So caution all that with it. But what I understand is that the pathological liars believe it themselves versus other like a compulsive liar, right? They know they're lying and they don't believe it, but they do it for the kicks, for the excitement, for necessity, for whatever. But a pathological liar, it's in their head. It's some weird thing where they've created a different world for themselves and they believe their lie. So of course, remove the of course, have it stricken from the record. I think Dave is a pathological liar. I think he actually believes his lies. He has fooled himself. I think that's the case. So that's my opinion on it. I think he actually does believe it, right? And there's a bunch of mental blocks that I think are in place that are, of course, a huge one is it is his rice bowl. It is his income. His income is selling the Flat Earth app. That's his income. He has to sell it over and over and over. He has to go find another gullible idiot that has a podcast to bring him on, right? To get another hit of another handful of people downloading his app, right? And he doesn't care. He doesn't care that their data is being leaked, right? And does he believe that his app is secure? I don't know. He is incredibly stupid when it comes to security, right? Not a lot of people are very good at that, right? But he has created a small social media platform. Every social media platform, regardless of size, has requirements to be secure. He has zero qualifications to do that. He has no advisor that is technically competent enough to hire the proper people to write the app and make sure that it is secure. He is the one that is hiring the lowest bidder, probably on Fiverr or something like that, to do the writing. I've seen the emails from the guy that is the primary developer. He's an absolute idiot, a complete, absolute 100% moron, doesn't have the first clue about how to do database design, how to do password security, how to do anything at all. I can't believe that I look at I see the code. I have all the code. The stuff he wrote is trash. Absolute trash. So the fact that Dave is the technical advisor to Dave, and the technical advisor employed the person that the technical advisor employed is embarrassing. Has no tech skills, right? So Shiloh Carpenter will debate me at Starbucks. I people, every once in a while, people are like, hey, you want to play poker? I don't play poker. The reason why I don't play poker is I don't bluff. I can't bluff. I suck at bluffing. So when I see somebody else and I think they're bluffing, I call it. So Shiloh Carpenter says, I will debate him at Starbucks. Are you talking about me? Is that what you're talking about? Me? Right? Okay. If you want to do it at Starbucks, that's fine. Let me see here. Oh, he was Shiloh. All right. Don't make me mod him by timing him out and deleting comments that don't need to be deleted. Shiloh Carpenter, I don't know who you are. You're a little too self-important. Right? I don't know who you are. Anyway, people, none of what he said needed to be blocked. I only have there's two solutions to that. Remove the wrench from the person that blocked him that shouldn't have blocked him, or give Shiloh Carpenter a wrench. I don't like either of those. Please don't make me choose. It was an accidental muting. Yeah, when's the debate with the Village Idiot? Yeah, so Village Idiot was on, was that on Will's channel, right? The other day, I think. Anyway, so, yeah, Shady Eyes have never heard of Shiloh either. Where have you been, Flatter Shiloh, for the last few years? Tell you what, you want to debate me at Starbucks. Like I said, I don't bluff. I call bluffs. So here's what I'll do. Let's see. I don't go to Starbucks much anymore. I definitely prefer Caribou. I live in Minneapolis area. Like when we go to a different state, I'm like, hey, where's the Caribou? Okay. So here we go. Is this a good one? Oh, I don't know. That doesn't look like it's a... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. All right. Starbucks. There is a Starbucks in Richfield, Minnesota. It is at 2555 West 79th Street in Richfield, Minnesota. I'll debate you there. Okay. You just let me know when your plane lands. It's not far from the airport. That's why I chose that spot. You can take an Uber there. It won't be too expensive for you. And you let me know when you get your plane ticket, and I will meet you there when you are ready. Okay. Just give me a couple days notice, of course, since you're flying there. Right. Now, if you're in the Minneapolis area, right, or you're going to drive there, then I can pick one that's more convenient for you if you so choose. So anyway. And the George said, is Village Idiot in here? So, I don't know. Anyway, there you go. Email me, mc2@mc2.net. I accept your challenge to debate at Starbucks. That's good. I mean, of course you want to do it near where I live, of course, right? Anyway, J.R. Penn says, how important are, I didn't get what that said. Anyway, iSolder says, do your own research, but not anything but what I tell you. Yes. Yadawatt says, what is your favorite margin text found in a flat earth book? Well, I think I showed it last week in Dubay's book. I'll grab it again. Not a lot in the flat earth books. I suspect a lot of them were not read at all. So DP Debunk says, if this debate happens, I'll pay for a coffee for each of you. Thank you. All right, so this is really the only one to choose from that had existing stuff in the margins, but it's just, the guy was prolific. He wrote constantly in there. I even know his name is George Cessna. And he said, see page 55. So I'm like, oh, let's see page 55. There it is. Here we go. He underlined almost everything there on page 55. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent confined to the underside antipodal of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary. Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier, holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are: how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond? Or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to the UN treaties and the constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy. That's blatant lies. Seriously, somebody needs to just beat the piss out of Dubay for just being such a lying sack of garbage. Seriously, just pummel him. Just take him out back. Just go. Just go. Just lying so blatantly. I went there. Nobody, there's no military surveillance. And there's none of that at the North Pole either, you idiot. Both purported no-fly zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threat of violence. No citation. Eric Dubay, you suck. You are just absolute trash, Eric Dubay. And George Cessna, not critical thinking enough to say, I wonder what the Antarctic Treaty actually says. And then go read it, because it's free to read. Right? Flat earthers are like, I guess we'll never know what the Antarctic Treaty says. Who could ever find out what it says? Flat earthers have no clue how to do that. They don't know. Go to Google. Antarctic Treaty. There it is. It's not even long. They could have their mommies read it before they finish 2 Hot Pockets. Careful, someone will say you are advocating violence. I would have no tears. How far the ice ring extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it are questions to which no present human experience can reply. Except by this time, when he wrote this, people had gone straight across Antarctica, following the 180th longitude and the 0th longitude, once they got to the other side of the pole. So, Flat Earth relies on lies and gullible people that will never check the lies. All we know at present is that snow and hail, there's no hail, really. Howling winds and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction, human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice extending further than eye or telescope can penetrate and becoming lost in gloom and darkness. This was written less than 10 years ago. Amundsen Scott South Pole Station existed at the time. This is... It really shows Eric Dubay is relying on people to willingly be fooled. He is absolutely relying on people to not do their own research. That's what he is relying on. He must have them never go beyond the pages of this book. Like obviously George Cessna never did. He would have written, instead of underlining it, he would have said, "This is a lie," when he wrote in the book and he had his pen out. This is just a quote from Rowbottom, just a copy paste from Rowbottom, who wrote it in either 1865 or 1881. I'm not certain which. That's his citation. His only citation is that. It's citation number 91. Let's see if... Or is it page 91? Page 91 of the book. Yeah, he doesn't have a list of citations in the back or anything. Vasco da Gama is talking about Captain Cook. I wonder if he's talking about the sun. Reflected was... While the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light which reflected from the ice to a considerable height, it was indeed my opinion that the ice extends quite to the pole. This is from Captain Cook, 1773. So, anyway, yeah, lots of that. Icy Spin. Okay, hold on. Icy Spin says, look at my... has a URL. Rational Wiki, do your own research. All right, let's look here. All right, Shiloh, I can't wait for that. Okay, do your own research on Rational Wiki says, this is something a lot of people say, do your own research, whether it's health or vaccines or whatever else. If you're a layperson, it's really hard, right? We really don't know what we're doing, and we're probably going to F it up. Do your own research is a common phrase used by conspiracy theorists and pseudoscience promoters of various creeds in response to those people who are skeptical of their claims. The phrase is a form of escape hatch, used argumentum ad Googleum, used by a charlatan who wants to win the argument but does not want to bear the burden of proof. Typically by this, they tend not to be suggesting you actually read through papers in peer-reviewed scientific journals. No, they're evil, big government shills. Nor are they suggesting you conduct original researcher. Professor Google provides all the info needed. Some specify YouTube as the key to all your research. If you must have recourse to some actual books, how elitist. Stick with the likes of Kevin Trudeau and Alex Jones. Many research websites are merely copied from each other, making finding the original sources very difficult. Ultimately, the argument boils down to do your own research from my list of self-approved sources. Ironically, conducting actual thorough research from vetted and reliable sources is the best way to debunk conspiracy theories. This goes largely unnoticed by their advocates. It's generally used when evidence is debunked too, as some people aren't mature enough to admit they're wrong. Very good. The point of you can't find the source. What is the provenance of any particular claim? Right? This was very prevalent in the early 5G nonsense, especially the 5G in relation to the sickness that was kicking around starting in 2020. They claimed that, number one, they claimed that 5G used 60 gigahertz. It did not. It never did. It cannot. It's prohibited by law. And the reason why it's prohibited by law is because the 60 gigahertz range is an unlicensed spectrum. It is protected. You cannot get a license for it. And so what that means is you don't get a license for it. Absolutely anybody can transmit at 60 gigahertz, provided that they're under a certain power range. And typically it also requires that you be under a certain duty cycle. That's an alternate, not always the case, but like 915 megahertz in the US, that's the case. Or 868. Anyway, like they have a duty cycle for those. Sometimes they don't have a duty cycle. Anyway, so you cannot use it for 5G because cell phone companies license their spectrum and they use only their stuff that's assigned to them because they know nobody else will be sending data within that range. It's guaranteed for them, right? So if somebody gets a 800 gigahertz, 800 megahertz spectrum. They have a narrow spectrum. It's not 800 megahertz. It's 817.3 megahertz with a certain width, that kind of thing. So it can't be. Number two, they claim then that it 60 gigahertz somehow interacts with the oxygen molecule, preventing our bodies from absorbing the oxygen. That's their claim. Where did this come from? I'll come back to that in a second. Then the whole point of this is they're like, that makes people suffocate. And oh my goodness, did you notice that all of the people that died from that sickness in 2020, they all live near 5G towers? Well, of course, number one, high density population centers and the newest distributions of the newest cell phone technology are always going to overlap. But of course, none of them were 60 gigahertz. Never mind that. Can 60 gigahertz do what they say? It cannot. It does change oxygen as two in the air, two oxygens together. And there's two electrons in the outer shell, I think. Anyway. And because of Pauli's exclusion principle, they can only have a spin. They have to have spins that are a certain way. And so it's part of the hyperfine, I forget the particular word, but 60 gigahertz does actually interact with oxygen molecules and their spin. It does. But it doesn't change its binding to in our blood, to hemoglobin. It doesn't do that. And so I'm like, where did that come from? So I went to a bunch of different websites making that claim. And I tried messaging them, and a couple of them I got through. I'm like, hey, where did you find this? Like, oh, it was here. Where did you find this? Oh, it was here. None of them ever gave me the source of it. I could never find the provenance of it. The best I found was people saying it was from a book. Well, what did I do? I got that book. It wasn't in the book. So, could not find the provenance. Who invented that lie to begin with? It doesn't matter. It never stopped. It's still out there today. So, anyway. It's difficult to find the provenance of the source of a lie. So, who is the source of the lie that the military patrols Antarctica? I don't know. It has to be post Antarctic Treaty because they refer to the Antarctic Treaty. But who is that? Probably Dubay, but I can't say for sure. So, all right. Meat Permits Tad says it's a Dapper Dino inside joke. The meat permits were a thing in Bodie Hodge's terrible Tower of Babel book. Okay. The ever so very funny Meat Permits Tad. It's an inside joke. You'd have to follow Dapper Dino, who was on last Thursday. If you're a fan of Dapper Dino, you might want to watch that stream. I am here says, I think Dave is just being dishonest. He found a way to profit off gullible people without actually putting in any work. He knows the earth isn't flat. Is that a better position or not? I don't know. To actually be like have a mental issue where you actually believe your lies, or to be intentionally lying. See, I think intentionally lying is morally worse than actually being so dumb and gullible that you fooled yourself and having some sort of a psychological disorder. So yes, I am saying that I think Dave has a psychological disorder. In the Life says, flat earthers want you to find their proof. I mean, every day, the Flurf Reset, they're like, there's no visible curve. Some guy, Nicholas Pitts on Facebook, there's no visible curve. We never see curve. So what do? I post a photo of the curve. Right? And then he's like, well, that's just blah, 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 something else. But okay, but it is visible curve. Right? You're giving it a different excuse for it, different excuse for the cause, but he wasn't denying that there was a visible curve. Next day, different post. Doesn't know I'm there, doesn't know I'm going to happen along. He says, there's no visible curve. I post the same photo again. It said, you're lying again. There's a visible curve. You don't get to bring up your escape hatch. Right? You can't say there's no curve and you see the curve and then you have an escape hatch for the curve that explains it on flat earth. Right? But it is for the globe. Right? So you don't get to say no curve. There's curve. Right? There is curve. You just have a different explanation for it. But there's still curve. You see? Shifty says, I think that's a worse position. Intentionally lying is morally worse. If he believes and is wrong, that's not morally wrong. If he knows it's a globe and pushes a lie, it's morally it's morally wrong. Yeah. All right, Shiloh's lapping in here. Larry Scott says, here's a 2 minutes of 24-hour sun. There's loads of vids and TFE related vids. Get a lot of citation. Oh, is this a new one? Have I seen this one? Let's see here. It's going through the commercial right now. All right. Here it is. It's from Larry Scott, Midnight Sun, Antarctica, from 6 years ago. 148 subscribers, 27,000 views. No sound, but there it is. So here we have the time, 5 a.m. From 2018. 6 a.m. Right? All right. Some sort of geodesic dome that we're seeing here. And look, it's going right to left. Oh, geez, look at that. All right, and we've got the shadow going. The shadow going. All right, so we're looking at, we got 1700 or 1920. All right, so there's 20. The time, see the time there at the bottom? So that's 8 p.m. 9, 10, 11, 11:30 p.m. Sun's up. 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Look at that. Sun's up, crisp shadows. Well, there you go, flatties. You didn't look. You don't want truth. You want lies. There goes the sun again. Very nice. I'll get that added to my list here that I have. You write it down. Still going. Tearing down the geodesic dome. It's a little dark. It's behind the clouds. So yeah, so it was bright for some of the time and clouds for some of the time. But this is from 2019, so how did that work, Dave? All right, let's see if we can get a little more. Thank you for that, Larry Scott. M2M says, found a flurf willing to debate Wolfie after I broke down his paywall. Apparently, he is well known because he debated me, so deserves to be paid. Does the name QOP ring any bells? QOP very briefly was on back in October, I think. And he's like, I want to debate again. Okay. And then he's like, oh, no, I got to move houses. Fine, let me know. Anyway, so he owes me a debate, but because a flatty debated me, therefore they deserve to be paid. Like they really think they get that much notoriety? No, he's nobody. But whatever. Yeah, don't pay flirfs to debate. You cannot set that precedent, because then they all think that because they're an idiot, they should get paid. You don't get paid to be an idiot. You get laughed at if you're an idiot. That's what you get. Right? I mean, I'm amazed that flat earthers step up to debates. All they have is me. They're so certain of themselves. But you know how very rarely will a flurf actually debate if they're like, let's have it be formal. They're like, they try to be like, special, like intellectual, like we're gonna have a formal debate, right? We're gonna have a moderator. We need to have a structure. What happens when they do that? When I start saying, okay, fine, because I'm fine with that, right? Then I'm like, okay, so here's how a debate works. They don't know how. I go, we both make a positive claim. I claim the Earth is a globe. What's yours? They don't want to do that because they're committed to it. Anyway, then once you have that claim, you have your evidence, your data that supports the claim, and then you're for the claim, right? And then your warrant that ties the claim and the evidence together, right? And then they sit down and they're like, I got nothing. Because memes don't do it, right? Memes don't do it. So, Xillusion X has the Rumble stream going as well. And then they don't talk to me anymore. So Roger Kelly, a week and a half ago, contacted me via a live stream on Jaren's channel when Wolfie and Robert Greenlee were on there. He was totally going to debate me. I've emailed with him a couple times. He had an emergency, so he said, last weekend. Okay, fine. I said, how about this week? Today. It was going to be last week. He didn't respond. Once he responded since last week, saying he had an emergency. I'm like, okay, how about today? Radio silence. He wanted a formal debate. I sent him a structure. Nothing. Somebody else the other day, he's like, who's going to be the moderator? I said, how about Max from Matters Now? Max, if you're here. We didn't even get far enough. He already ran away. They don't like the structured debate, right? They just want to be able to shotgun memes. They want to do the Nathan Thompson style, the TikTok style. They don't like it if you actually have to be, commit to something and back up their claims. Darkstar 4400 says, if he were pushing a fake medical cure, Dubay would be called a quack or a snake oil salesman like Austin Witsit is. Right? It goes hand in hand, but you're right, Darkstar. Nerd Pedantic Alert says, everyone talks about the bad weather and the secret military guarding Antarctica, but nobody mentions the horrible elder things and their slaves. The formless Shoggoths. Shoggoths? I don't know what that's from. Meat Permits Todd says, Dearth's only mental issue is scamming for a living. Leslie Rohr says, well, hang on. Politicians are paid to be idiots. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Good luck finding one that's not. Max says, you can always volunteer me to moderate for sure. I know you're good for it, Max. That's why I was so, I jumped on it right away. Okay. Now, I'm not going to play this here. I am not interested in hearing what Dearth has to say about this particular topic that you can see on the screen right now. So I'm going to jump past a little bit of it there. Okay.
That NASA's doing, that how they're faking it. So there's
that's what I mean. Like, as soon as you presented this, I'm like, this is just one more aspect of everything they're already doing.
And 1,000 times easier.
The tech to do it is stupid simple. They would obviously
stupid simple. It doesn't even exist.
Have to do it in order to shore up this part of the cosmology, clouding the area. Well, duh. What conspiracy theorist doesn't understand that they can cloud seed and weather manipulate? That's an
There were no clouds. It doesn't help you to talk about that.
Easy one, So it's like, it's all right there. Right, and what it does is it takes that one anomaly that we have, basically, right? This huge, and everything seems to work generally. Then you have this big anomaly. Okay, well, what if it's not an anomaly? It's a lie.
Yeah. So this is a company called Pangolin, and they have a product called Beyond, which shoots plasma can light holograms into thin air, right? And they're the best company in the world. They do outdoor, concert venues and all sorts of stuff. And I just asked my.
Oh, look, you can see 5 lasers converging. You can see them going through the air together on one spot there.
My good friend ChatGPT, I said, do they do work with NASA? Said, well, yes, they do, and but the full aspect of their contract is not public. Okay.
NASA isn't involved in Union Glacier and ALE. Desperation.
It's just weird. Doesn't prove anything. It's just NASA has a contract with this holographic projection company. Pretty weird.
Did you notice that they were projecting it onto something? It wasn't in the middle of the air. It was hitting that screen.
Right. So Microsoft, I forget how old this is, their Unity 3D software. The first thing that they show is that they're faking sun. Now, this is where they got to wear glasses to see it, but they're showing a faked sun.
Yeah, there's a little mockery there.
That's a little mockery. That's not a thing, you idiot.
Right.
Just sprinkle in there. Basically, what you figured out is that the exact time that they would have to leave would be the exact time that the sun would be coming around. So they're leaving while the sun's coming around. As the sun is leaving on the flat stationary Earth this way, they're heading this way. They got a new sun projected in front of them, and then boom, so you have the continuous sunlight, etc.
When I was thinking about this, I was like, what about they were in Chile, they're going to watch the sun, they're going to film the sun out the window the whole time. And then I said, the only time that they could do it if the sky is clear is if they left around noontime, because they're going to head dead south. So when you're in Chile, you watch the sun come from the northeast, right? And it comes at noon, it's just north of you, and then it goes to the northwest. Now, due to personal atmospheric dome optics, it may look.
Oh my gosh, there's no such thing. No such thing as personal atmospheric dome optics. You're just making up garbage. That's pure word salad.
Look like it sets to the north, to the southwest, or rises in the southeast. And that's perfectly explainable. But
no, it's not. It's perfectly not explainable. There is no explanation for it. Personal atmospheric dome is just 3 words jammed together for idiots to believe. That's it. And idiot number 1 is that potato on screen there. Idiot number 2, the other potato.
How do you transition to the Antarctic sun? Well, I think they left just before noon. So the sun would be off to the back of the plane. Then it's behind the plane. They can't see it at all. Then an hour later, they're going to see the sun coming around over here. Now, they could see, I was watching one of the videos, and I could see the reflection of the sun on the wing next to the engine. And it kind of just got lighter and lighter and lighter and faded out, like it was getting farther away.
Oh my gosh.
Okay?
So
it wasn't like
stupid.
it was coming around, getting brighter. But the video that you're going to show shows talks about the person that says when they left Chile, they had a warm yellow sun, and then all of a sudden it was a super bright white sun. And those guys in Antarctica were saying how bright it was. They couldn't take their glasses off for a second,
We could take our. I took my sunglasses off for a while so that I could read the screen. until Wolfie told Critical Think to come out and tell me to put my sunglasses back on. Right? It's harsh, right? And a lot of it is because there's more infrared. Like the amount of sun, the harshness of it was not all that different from a Minnesota sun in the winter. Because you have the snow on the ground, the ice on the ground, reflecting at the same time as you have the sun in the sky, right? So you get more sunlight than usual because the ground isn't brown or green or dirt colored or trees around or anything like that. Everything is reflective. So you get more light. But also there's more infrared, so it's harsher, or ultraviolet. So it's harsher. So, and after we left, my eyes were like a little, like I could feel it a little bit. It was irritating that like, seriously, it's like 2 a.m. and we're sitting in the dining hall and we're like, oh, can you pull the shade? It's shining in my face.
And I find that fascinating. So
the sun is so intense. So not only is the sun here, it's intense. You know what I'm saying?
Flying across Antarctica. During the journey to Antarctica, the sun was getting further away. The sun was moving slowly down onto the wing of the plane, and the sky was getting dimmer. At 9:54 p.m., the sun changed suddenly and noticeably. The sun became very bright and very white, and it became very difficult to look at the sun. People started putting on their sunglasses to ease the glare. The sun also stopped going down from our visual perspective and started moving higher in the sky. This was easy to observe as we were on the wing and could see it change suddenly.
That's
because you're getting farther south, of course.
How the transition would be made. They're in the plane. The sun's behind them now. The sun,
desperate.
Maybe they projected one that followed them along for and then circled around them once they land. Right? Not hard to do.
It's not hard. It's impossible to do. These things don't exist. And how do you not see the other sun? Now you have two suns simultaneously in the sky, Dearth. How did that happen? And how is it everywhere in Antarctica all the time, going back too long before lasers existed?
Do it all.
The other thing that's really interesting for the globe position on this, or the government, if you will, for trying to lie, is that we can't falsify this. In order to even go down and double check, you have to have $35,000 just to even get down there. Then if you get down there,
that is possible. $35,000 does exist in reality. It's falsifiable. Just because it's expensive doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means that you're lazy and dumb and stupid, right? Call up. Dave was in Flat Earth Millionaires documentary. He can call up Tanner Stewart and say, hey, Tanner, pay for me to go down there. I want to find out the truth. Tanner Stewart is more interested in Antarctica than in the North Pole. Why don't you do that, Davy Pooh? You were in his documentary. You got his number. I mean, I did too. I can give it to you if you need.
you got to, hopefully the sky will be clear and that sort of stuff. So, and then you have to get approvals and all this other stuff. You know, it's like, so for anybody to even challenge this, it's like you would have to have access to government places, which obviously we're not going to get. And
obviously you're going to get. People have gone to, there was a person in our group that flew all the way to the South Pole. Nobody stopped her. No government, anything. Government doesn't have any way to stop you. There's no military there. How are they going to do it? There's nobody with guns, Nathan. Where are the guns, Nathan?
You have to be rich as hell to even make several trips down there to challenge this. So it's a great position for the government to have because, and this is what Witsit said when I talked to him, was like, well, we can't falsify this. We can't, you know, it's basically a theory.
You can. It's expensive is not unfalsifiable.
But is it a theory that's sound? Yes, it's a theory that's already based on one we know that's true, that they're lying to us about our cosmology.
So NASA lies. We know that. The web
Flat Earth Dave lies. We know that.
Cam footage for the last decade or two has been cut at every time it's supposed to be midnight.
Really? Why are you just, oh, I can't. Just what a absolute piece of human filth he is. Like, how do you survive just lying so constantly? It's not cut. 55 hours uncut. You just trash monster. 2018, Davy Pooh. That's before your dumb app existed, I think. This was when 2018 was the year that Mark Braun was going to bring a whole bunch of people to the North Pole to jump into the Lake of Fire. Yes, he said that. And then enter Hyperborea. Right? They would have all died if he got his way. It would have been Jonestown. He wanted 144,000 people to come with him. It would have been worse than Heaven's Gates. It would have been bigger than any, if he got his way, it would have been bigger than any other thing of its kind. If he got his way. Fortunately, Mark Braun does not have much charisma.
Son, they cut it. They can't give it to us. None of the tour operators would ever admit, or some of them said no, that they would see a 24-hour sun. There's people that work there. They said they never saw it. That worked there for a considerable amount of time. Now,
so many lies. Lies and lies and lies and lies and lies.
Airplanes hit the towers in New York City.
So many lies.
Right? And
everything he says is a lie.
That didn't happen. So, people are tricked, are fooled, are mind controlled, they're liars.
By Flat Earth Dave. By conspiracy idiots.
But it doesn't take many. It just takes a few, right? One of the things that convinced Jaron that there's a South Pole is a girl, a pretty girl, shows up in Antarctica. Very few people there except workers and TFE. I don't know how many other guests were there. I thought there was none. Was what they.
A girl, a pretty girl. Oh my gosh.
They said, but I'm still unclear.
There's basically nobody down there at that time, right?
Well, there might have.
No, there was 70 employees. And then our second day there, a big group of people came back from climbing Mount Vinton. They flew back with us from the place. But there's people all over Antarctica at that time of year. There's thousands of people in Antarctica at that time of year. 70 people were there for the marathon.
I'm not 100% sure. We got to check.
So what they do at this camp every year is they run it for 4 months and then they take it all down. Everything goes. They leave nothing on the ice, and then they come back the following. They leave in February, and then they come back the following November. We thought it was crazy. We found out there was 70 employees here. 70 employees for 10 of us. That's hilarious.
So it wasn't 10 of us. So for clarity, they have when you fly the plane down, there's no gas station there. There's no airport. There's just a slab of ice that's there all the time that they discovered, right? And so when the plane lands, it doesn't refuel. It flies back. They don't turn it off. They stay there. They get the stuff off. They put the stuff on, and then they leave. Right. So this plane has to have enough fuel to go down and back when they leave. So when they do the marathon, they fly the people down for the marathon, and then the plane comes back, and then they need to pick those people up. So they fly the airplane down, pick up the marathon runners, and come back. And now there's 70 people that run the marathon. It was $22,000 a piece. Right. So let's do a little bit of math here. 70. That's $1.5 million for the marathon. Okay, that's how much they make for the marathon. And then they needed to fly the people that climbed Mount Vinton back. And that was, 40 to 60 people in there. I'm just guessing that climbed Mount Vinton. So again, another, and that's a little more expensive trip. They were climbing when we got there. So they're probably around $40,000 to $50,000 per person. Right. So that's their cost times whatever number that people that is. And so they needed to fly back on the 17th or 18th. So they created, because they had the plane that went down on the 14th and the plane that went down on the 18th. They're like, well, we can offer for no additional cost to us. We can offer any number of people to come down for that little trip. So there were 9 of us on TFE, 2 more people that went down for the 4 days, right? One was the rancher from Idaho, and one was the lady that he's talking about, and she went all the way to the pole, the next day, I think. Okay, So it wasn't right. We didn't know coming in what was going to be there. There were 70 people there. We didn't know that the people were climbing Mount Vinton would come back at any particular time. We didn't look up all that stuff. We could have looked at the details if we wanted on their website, but we didn't put all together. We weren't investigating all the other parallel stuff at the same time. So that's what was really happening. Right. So when Jaron said that there was just 10 of us or 11, that's because that was the people on the very specific trip that we had done. There were other people that were coming and going for different times.
But why don't you just go to Antarctica and look at yourself and tell me if you think it's fake? The chances that it's going to be cloudy are 95+%.
No, the chances that it's going to be cloudy are very small because this is their summer. This is not at the coast, right? It's inland. So all of the data that this idiot had wasn't for our particular spot.
99%, the chances that you're going to waste 2 weeks of your life, a ton of money to go there to not see anything. Or let's say you get there and they're like, you know what, we got the equipment in place. We got another flat earther down here. Let's wing them again and circle the sun around. I mean, if we're right, the equipment is in place. It's like a planetarium. Just turn it on again.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
turn it on.
They've had that for a while, as far as I can tell. There's no reason that they wouldn't.
So think about it. Think about it. It's in place. It's just like all the other space agencies.
So remember, we got this one here from 2019, which is Priestley Glacier near Terra Nova Bay. Now we were inland very far, right? Not near the coast. Terra Nova Bay is where? Oh my goodness, it's nowhere near where we were. It's not even close. Let me put it on the Dirt Pizza map here. So Terra Nova Bay is over. Oh my gosh. Seriously. There it is. Right there. And where were we? We were here. All right. All right. So here's where we were. Right? And here's Terra Nova Bay, the video I just showed you. Right now on flat Earth, that's a quarter of the way around the crust of the dirt pizza. Right? And it's like 80,000 miles. So this the sun projector has to be like 20,000 miles transported for these different things. That's another part of their problem is they've made the perimeter so incredibly huge that there's no way you could transport this. It's so desperate. Oh, they're just the desperation.
Everything they have is in place. Let's launch another rocket. Hey, when Elon launches a rocket, how many people are watching? 3? There's people all over the world watching. There's innocent people. There's people on boats. There's people on airplanes. There's people everywhere that are looking at whatever they're doing, and they're still able to fake it.
They don't fake it, you idiot. People are there. They see it with their own eyes. You feel the sonic boom in your chest.
A bright light in the sky with 3 dots on it.
That's nothing. I mean, this is child's play is really what it is.
And just look at more evidence. All of the Glober videos that were put out of Antarctica are search flat Earth, search Antarctica, 24-hour sun. Their videos show up. Our videos don't show up.
Yeah.
Right?
Whose videos exist that could show up? The only other person that posted any videos was Austin, and Austin posted the same source video, mangled, that Will did, claimed it as his own. That's the only other video that was posted.
So you have to look at all of these things. The preponderance of evidence is beyond deniable.
Once you put it all together, because to me, it's like it hit all the marks. Like as soon as you told me and I just started ruminating on it for a few days, I was like, this sort of takes care of everything. And it's the one thing that nobody was looking at. So I was like,
it's the one thing no one was looking at because, and you said that, my observation.
And Darth didn't even look at it. Neither of these guys looked at it. They just hoped about stuff looked at stuff that might sort of kind of maybe support it, and they're like, oh, that's totally it. I'm happy.
Of the sun simulator didn't seem that important to you. It's super important. It is the disk Earth. It is the one thing that keeps people from looking into this. It's the stupid sun simulator. And that was a well laid out red herring to make people discount the idea that they faked it. Now, the Globers are going to freak out about this. They're going to be like, oh my God, grasping at straws. There's going to be 900 videos about me and you. Okay,
Yeah, well,
900.
okay, I want to say this to all those Globers.
Yeah, you're lying. Okay, you're going to talk to me right now? You lying filth? Let's see what you have to say.
I'm going to put a little collage here of this is the stuff that you believe in.
Oh, that yakety sax song is copyrighted. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with these? Incredulity isn't falsification. It's just you not believing it. Don't care. Don't care.
Nice. For those of you out there that have been going hard on Jaron and Austin, you have to swallow your pride and say, okay, I was right that it was fake, but I was wrong on how they faked it. Just suck it up. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Everyone's forgiven. Let's move forward and put our minds together. This is just me, Marty, and Taboo Conspiracy, basically, that are thinking about this. What if we all worked on it? What if other people looked into those sun flares? What if other people look?
Yeah, you'd find it's all BS because you're so desperate.
Down this line, I'm sure that we can destroy this, and this could be the final nail in the coffin for the globe. Not that it needs another nail in the coffin because it's solid nails already.
Exactly. Yeah. Look, all those people out there, you have to realize that we're dealing with wizards. We're dealing with black magicians. They're one of the main tricks of their trade is a psychological operation.
This is all projection. I mean, we've seen the psychological just nonsense from these two the whole time.
Was a psychological operation. You keep acting as they want you to, then you're falling for exactly what they want you to do. This for them, this is working perfectly because you're acting the way you're acting and going down all of these avenues that are ridiculous. Vapegate and no. We all know Duffy's not to be trusted. This thing stinks to high hell. It's obviously some sort of fraud. Let's get to the bottom of it and let's come back together a little bit. I have reservations about Jaron, and I've recently talked to Austin. That's been great. So I get people's issues there, but let's bring it back, to center here a little bit. So
just imagine if Jaron had this understanding and he saw that everything he freaked out about is this solves it. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't. It's just you being desperate.
Listen, this isn't about Jaron. This is about what happened with TFA. What's going on with Jaron. That's his personal journey. I don't want anything to do with it right now.
Yeah, you don't, of course, Dirtball. So yeah, by the way, Dirtball Prime right there. Okay, the first Dirtball. Jaron's doing his weekly, the Dirtball of the week. That's Dirtball Prime.
I know, and I will just say this, but if Jaron does hear this, I guess my question to you personally would be like, hey, you spent the last 10 years showing us, as we all know, that these guys do this stuff full time.
The plan is it's kind of going to be like we're watching stand up. It's that freaking funny. It is just hilarious. We do have this as well. In case you didn't know, I just wanted to remind you that NASA has been faking space since 1958, and that includes.
And so if Jaron is going
to, good for Jaron for escaping. Good for Jaron.
Look at this and say, no, they don't have the ability to fake the sun, but they have the ability to do all this other stuff?
Yeah, come on.
What's that? You putting donkey in here?
Yeah.
Why?
This one's under your desk, right?
Yeah. Are you going to bed? Yeah. Okay. Kid's going to bed.
One rocket launch is hard, a million times harder than this. Look at what they're doing with directed energy. Look what they did to the people in California and Maui.
Oh, shut up, you
Look
liar.
at that is psychopathic and crazy.
That's just you lying about being how so stupid you are.
Way more advanced than anything we're presenting right now. What you and I are presenting is Atari level Commodore 64 stuff compared to what they have today.
Yeah, what we're presenting is
no. All of these things you're talking about are pure magic, require absolute magic. None of it is real.
It's what they use to fly the moon, the mission to the moon, the same computer.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say one thing that I would ask for, whatever, would be like, hey, 24-hour cameras at every station in Antarctica. Let's see what the sun looks like every single day.
Flat Earth Banjo years ago, he was looking at the 24-hour.
You've been given it. You still reject it.
Live cams all around Antarctica and found that it was dark when it was supposed to be light at some of them. And
no, oh my gosh. Again, they suck at research. Every one of those that Banjo found It was dark when it was supposed to be dark, and it was light when it was supposed to be light. Banjo's too stupid to understand that just being in Antarctica doesn't mean it's 24 hours of sunlight all the time. He found cameras that were in stations in April, and they're like, how come there isn't a 24-hour sun? Because in April, no part of Antarctica has a 24-hour sun.
None of the stuff lined up with the globe. It didn't work at all. So that's almost been done. But how about just three 24-hour cameras, and we can prove that they're actually live.
You would reject them. That's the absolute basis of everything, is rejecting it.
But I don't think that'll ever happen.
No, I don't think that's going to happen either. So
people say, well, there's nothing that will ever the flat earthers will ever accept. I think I have.
That's right. You won't accept anything.
Have the flat earth proof that people will accept. Here it is. Right. So we get 2 airplanes in Chile, and we fly them to Antarctica. We prove that we're in Antarctica. Easily done. Compasses.
How are you going to fuel them when you're in Antarctica?
Read everything, the time of the flight, live stream, whatever. And then the 2 flights fly around. If it's 10,000 miles, it would take about 10 hours, 500 miles per hour, for the 2 planes to meet over here. So that doesn't prove, if they can do it in that amount of time, that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. It proves that they went around a continent. It could just be a continent on the end of South America, right?
No, it doesn't work on the pizza map here.
But if the Earth is flat, they have to go all the way around this way. Oh, and they're flying a couple thousand feet following the shoreline. So one, we could see how fast the plane is going visually, and we know that we're following the shoreline around, and we're not flying across.
All right, let's go back to this. Remember, how high did he say? Couple thousand feet, 2,000-3,000 feet. Now planes fly
everything, the time of the flight, live stream, whatever, and then the 2 flights fly around.
All right, 500 miles an hour. How are these planes going to fly at 500 miles per hour at a couple thousand feet? He doesn't understand things. He's so dumb. The reason why they fly as high as they do partially is so that they get better mileage, better fuel economy. Right? Now you want to do this, absolutely go do it. This will be a couple $1 million.
Around, if it's 10,000 miles, it would take about 10 hours, 500 miles per hour, for the 2 planes to meet over here. Now that doesn't prove, if they can do it in that amount of time, that doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. It proves that they went around a continent. It could just be a continent on the end of South America, right? But if the Earth is flat, they have to go all the way around this way. Oh, and they're flying a couple thousand feet following the shoreline. So one, we could see how fast the plane is going visually, and we know that we're following the shoreline around, and we're not flying across the ocean or going anywhere else, right? So then they fly around. They fly around, and then they have to go to Australia in a certain amount of time, right? So again, as I said, this could be Antarctica. This could be Antarctica, right? This Australian base is here. So these are different bases.
My gosh, he's dumb. He's so dumb.
Right? So when they land here, you just have to fly to Australia in 5 or 10 hours. We give them 10 hours because...
Okay, so it's 4 hours, or I don't know how many hours from South America to Antarctica. Call it 3. Then another 10 around, right? We're at 13. And then another 5 to Australia. We're at 18 hours. No plane has that range. At elevation, now you're doing it at low elevation. So now you need a plane that doesn't exist, but also you need to pay for it. Now, will he talk about price? Because before he gets there, let me talk about price. You need to pay to get the plane to South America twice. You need to pay the crew to fly the plane. You need to pay for the gas to get the plane there, right? You haven't rented the plane yet. Let's say the rental is free. You just need to buy the fuel. You need to pay the labor. Okay, now you need to pay the fuel to get there. Somehow, magically, it's going to have enough fuel. No plane exists that can do this, but let's imagine that there is. Now you need to have the fuel to fly all the way around and then get back to Australia. Okay, now you need to pay the fuel and the labor to get the plane back to where it started from. Okay, how much will this cost in fuel alone? It won't be cheap. Plus, you're not flying at elevation, you're flying at 2,000-3,000 feet. Yeah, so much fuel.
It would take like 80 hours to get all the way back if they were over there. If it was if the Earth is flat, so they couldn't do it. There's so much leeway in there that I don't think there's any way to fake it. And the problem is the flight will never happen because the Earth is flat, because the planes can't even fly.
The flight will never happen because you won't ever do it. If you want to do it, do it. Dave, go ahead.
That far. Therefore, it'll never happen. They'll just make excuses and they'll say, well, you flat earthers won't.
You are making the excuses. Go do it. Go do it.
Accept that anyway, even if we did it. And, it's just like Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's not worth my time to talk to flat earthers. No, it's not worth his time because he'll get destroyed.
Exactly. So do you accept that there is a natural 24-hour sun in Antarctica, Dave?
I do not. I accept that there's a natural 24 hours of light in Antarctica. And Johann.
Go to hell, Dave. You're such a lying scum.
His model shows that. And there might even be a bright spot that goes around as he's showing, which is, you could say it's a biblical model. But, the sky is irrational. The sky is not measurable. And if there was.
Yeah, we've measured it. Oh, he's such a piece of trash. All right, they're wrapping up. That's enough. Dave, this isn't somebody trying to fight against your good fight. This isn't millennia of the nameless, faceless they that are desperately trying to hide something. This is you lying, Dave. You are a dirty, lying piece of scum. You are desperate to cling to your religion of flat earth. Sorry, not your religion of flat earth, Dave. That's the mainstream flat earthers. Your religion is selling your flat earth app to desperate, gullible flat earthers. That's your religion. Your religion really is the money that you get, because Dave went to Mexico for a couple months, right? Dave travels to Mexico. He snowbirds in Mexico on the backs of gullible flat earthers. That's what he's all about. He's all about that. Did he pull the app, or is it still online? It is still up. And it is still leaking data. Dave's position was retrieved today. Not by running the app, by accessing it through unsecured methods. Anybody's data can be retrieved in the same method. Tori Hanzo says, it is easy to win a debate when you are on the side of reality and truth. Thanks again for bringing us entertainment. And that's the thing. When I debate, I cheat. I cheat. I have to admit, I cheat when I debate. I make the other side take the factually incorrect position. That way I won before the debate started. That's why I'm happy to debate that 5G is safer. I'm happy to debate that the Earth is a globe. And I'm happy to debate that Dave Weiss is a potato. So, iSolder74 says, does he ever tell the truth? It's rare. It's rare, but there are occasions when he does, in fact, tell the truth. So let's hear a few times.
I'm the scammer trying to sell an app. That's all I'm trying to do. So I'm giving you all this bullshit.
You see, sometimes he does tell the truth.
Dave's a scammer. He's just selling apps. He doesn't believe the Earth is flat. I'm a scammer.
So there you go. He does sometimes tell the truth.
My app sucks. I'm stupid. I'm not smart enough. I'm stupid. I'm insane and I'm an idiot.
Yep.
I'm an idiot.
Now, does anybody think that Dave is an honest person?
No.
I didn't think so. That's pretty good. What do you think, Arwen?
Can't touch this.
Right. What is, Arwen, what do you think is Dirth's underlying problem? Can you give us a diagnosis?
You're infected with Bob Tardation.
It's probably terminal too, right? All right. Well, thanks, Arwen.
It's just disgusting.
It is. I mean, he can't stop. Oh, well, I mean, we're getting toward the end. What do you think of that, Arwen?
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So anyway, Dave Villaris's Frederick David Tomb is a person whose scientific work these flat earthers are abusing for their scams. He is there a sky daddy now? Who's Frederick David Tomb? A physics and applied mathematics graduate who attended Queen's University. Come on. There we go. From 78 to 82, his research interests electromagnetism and mathematical physics. Oh, the physical significance of the fine structure constant. The uniform straight line inertial path. The gyroscopic theory of electromagnetic radiation. All right, so he did a lot of work in that field. I don't know specifically. Is this like the ether cosmology boys stuff? Potentially. Meet Permits Tad says, is Durr suggesting Jaron and Elizabeth got together in Antarctica? That's real gross with no proof. No, he's saying that somebody else did, and that Jaron saw somebody else. So there was, I won't say her name, but the 11th person. So there's 9 of us. The 10th person was the rancher from Idaho that we joked was the bodyguard for Will, and then there was the lady who came down with us and then right away flew to she before, like, we went, when we got there, we went to the halfway point. By the time we got back, she was down already at the South Pole. So she spent 2 nights maybe down at the South Pole, and then she came back, and so we got to know her a little bit. Will spoke with her a bit in Antarctica, and then she flew the plane back with us. And then while we were in Punta Arenas, she was around with us, like we went out to eat and stuff. So we'd made this friendship. So then she spent a couple days like hanging out with us, because you book your tickets to leave at a certain time, and past when you're planning to get back from Antarctica in case there's inclement weather, so that you're not stuck. So that lady, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with her, but I don't think, I mean, it's not like she was like that's not what she was. Anyway, she went to the South Pole, like, and they're like, oh, it's because Jared talked with her. No, you just desperate lying scum, suggesting that just because there is a lady there that Jared, no, that's stupid. Astrocate Sathik says, too bad Witsit's ether aid doesn't cure being a scumbag liar. Dave knows his grift is ending. I hope he lost a lot of money with his stupid meme coin. So, yeah, not meme coin, it's a crapto coin. That's what I like calling it. And I do like looking up dome shot. There it is. Oh, geez, Dirthy Poo. Looking bad for you there. So here's his coin. This is Dave's Crapto coin. So look, here is let's go. Can we do 1 week, 1 month, 2. Yeah, so here is the high point here back in November. This was right when it was launching. And then, it kind of took a dip here in December when I was making a little noise about his app. It went up for a little bit. There was 2 days here where there's a lot of volume, where something made the volume go up. But then, and it peaked out here. You see that at whatever this tiny thing, right? You see over on the right there, 0.0 with a subset 6, 1551. That subset 6 means there's 6 zeros there. So there's a total of 7 zeros between the decimal and that 1, the first number. So anyway, that's its price or its valuation. So here is over on the right side here. Something happened on the 18th of March to cause it to drop. And of course, March 2nd was when the announcement that it was on Have I Been Owned came out. And I don't know what caused it to drop there. Maybe Dave sold some, trying to get out quick. Anyway, so here's his current value. It's not good. It's not good. The current market cap, $147,000 is the entirety of the valuation of it, versus when it was up here, of course, would have been a lot more. So yeah, too bad, Dave. It's not looking good. Your crypto coin is garbage. What is this? Is this how many are in? Oh yeah. This must be how many exist, right? So this was when he was giving them away. Of course, Dave holds most of them. And then he must have done a distribution here. And then somebody sold a bunch? I don't know. Maybe. So why do people want to get scammed? I don't know. Yeah, Dirth sucks so hard he got burned in his own pump and dump rug pull scam. I don't know how much. I don't know if he put money in. I don't know if he got backers to put valuation in. I don't know how that. Notice the second pump, says IC spin. Is that right here? Hold on. Yeah, there's this here, which I think was when they distributed coins, right? And then there's I don't know. Like this is when it was just launching, but they weren't giving it out yet, right? They're just getting it out in the market starting in November here, mid-November. Yeah, it was getting low, and then they sent out the money, right? So the way it works is if you promote people buying his app, then Dave will give you a blowjob. I mean a dome stop, dome shot, same thing. Dome shot is actually, look it up in Urban Dictionary. It's a blowjob. So anyway, yeah, I don't know what specifically. Yeah, they decided they wanted to steal more. Anyway, so fun fact. Last I know, I haven't checked lately, but you could go in Dave's app, and where everybody has their own their blowjob, I mean dome stop address for payouts, you can update all of them to go to your own or somebody else's. So basically, you could hijack everybody's payment. Just take it all yourself if you wanted. So, yeah, because his app is so insecure. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Larry Scott says, Dirth suggests a crazy amount of infrastructure to fake the sun anytime, anywhere, just to squash flurfs. What adult buys that? Mobilizing imaginary hardware ready to turn on and off at a moment's notice. Yeah, much easier to just permanently silence people, right? A lot less money, and they would have had to have it done a lot of times anyway over the millennia to keep people quiet. It's the only way to keep people quiet, right? IceOtter74 says no plane has that range. Of course not. And then AstroKate Sathik says Dave's a wizard and planes are magic. Absolutely. So Dave is he's such a piece of trash. Dave, you're garbage. I really deep in my heart, I want you to suffer financial ruin the rest of your life for being such a lying scammer. I do. I hope you do, because that's what's called justice. See, I stopped scammers for my career. So when you hear about some scammer that got some money illicitly from somebody, what is everybody's reaction? Like, I wish the FBI or CIA or somebody would go get those scammers and do something about it. Put them in jail. Get them justice. Right? That's you, Dave. You are that villain. You're not the victim here. You're the villain. You're the bad guy. You are the scammer. You deserve to get justice. And that justice is to have your money taken away because you have intentionally, flagrantly allowed people's data to be distributed freely with zero effort on your part to actually stop it, with a constant cover-up of lies to try to convince your gullible followers that there isn't a problem. These things are illegal, and in some places they're not just civilly illegal, they're criminally illegal. So potentially it could be more than just financial ruin. It could be jail time. Again, you are small potatoes. Oh yeah, here's a small potato. Here's a little dearth here. Look at that, it's got an eye growing out of it. Anyway, you are a small potato dearth, and that's why you might get a little more leeway with it. So Planer Walk says for 2 Kiwi bucks, remember Dave's app is doing a Riley. It's taking the piss. Thank you for that, Planer Walk. Good to see you here. So anyway, people, sometimes you look at dearth, and sometimes you look at a potato and you're like, what's going on there? Anyway, remember, tomorrow, Top Left comes out. Thursday, I'll be doing, let's see, where'd it go? Here it is. I got a few books out. This book right here. The guy that wrote this will be covering stuff. That's the plan for Thursday. Anyway, back to this. Sometimes you gotta look the potato of injustice right in the eye and ask yourself, is this dearth or a potato?
Pick it up, pick it up. Is it dearth? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dearth or a potato? Check it out. Dearth or potato? Yes or right, let's go. Dearth or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on!
Yo.
Can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up. it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. One, two, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, Rude Boys. Patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.